Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of To Wed a Wild Lord by Sabrina Jeffries. Admit it. You overstepped your bounds, she said stoutly. You had no right. He muttered a low curse. I'm trying to help you. Humiliation was at all, he murmured. Her hand went to her cheek. Was she blushing? Good gracious, she was. I'm not one of those tarts who swoons at your every word, you know. It's not the words they swoon at. He encircled her waist and pulled her even closer. And though you're not the least bit a tart, that doesn't mean you're not curious about me. Her breath refused to obey her commands, quickening feverishly. She should be slapping him, shoving him away. That's absurd. How could I possibly be curious about a scoundrel with your reputation? Because you want to know how I got that reputation. If it's deserved. If I really do make women swoon in my bed. Her jaw dropped. He should not be saying things like that to her. And she should definitely not be letting them make her pulse race and her hands grow clammy. What was wrong with her? I tell you what, he rasped, bending his head toward her. Why don't I satisfy a bit of your curiosity? He covered her mouth with his. She froze at the intimate assault. How appalling, how unacceptable, how intoxicating. His lips moved over hers with the surety of a man who had kissed many women. An instant thrill swept down her spine that did the most delicious things to her insides. She could feel her mouth soften beneath his, feel her breath stutter against his lips, feel her blood race rampantly through her veins. This was wrong, so wrong, and it felt completely and utterly right. Ah, vixen, he whispered against her lips. What a kissable mouth you have. Did she? No man had ever kissed her before. Lord Gabriel, I really don't think— Gabe, he murmured. My friends call me Gabe. I'm not your friend. You're right. You're something more. Intimate. So call me Gabriel. Hardly anyone does. Or better yet, call me darling. No one ever calls me that, sweetheart. Before she could balk at that effrontery, he took her lips again. But this time his lips were firmer, hotter. He pulled her flush against him and opened his mouth over hers, coaxing it open so he could plunge his tongue inside. Lord have mercy on her soul. What was that? She'd never imagined. It was glorious. He coaxed her tongue to twine with his, then he played with it. Oh, how he played! His mouth consumed hers, and his tongue drove inside her with slow, silky strokes that made her want things, need things she didn't understand. Before she knew it, he'd pressed her against the wall between two stalls, his lips seducing hers. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think. She laid her hands on his chest, meaning to push him back, but her fingers curled themselves into his waistcoat like little traitors. Within moments the whole world narrowed to this man with his mouth on hers and his hands roaming up and down her ribs and her waist, his thumbs brushing the undersides of her breasts as they swept. A sudden sharp pain in her arm made her cry out against his mouth and shove him away. What the dickens? Jackie boy, he growled at the pony that had just nipped her. None of that. She turned her head to look at the pony, whose lips were drawn back to show his teeth. If ever a beast could be said to glare, this one was doing so. Gabriel examined her arm with great concern. Seeing that the bite hadn't even cut through the cloth, he turned to the pony. You know better, lad, he scolded. You can't go around biting ladies. The pony nudged Gabriel with his head, shoving him between them as if to separate them. Stifling a laugh, Virginia moved out of range. Gabriel might call it lad, but the aging pony was clearly well beyond its prime. The poor thing probably had only a few more years left in him, and a decided attachment to his owner. Thank heaven, she'd been on the verge of doing goodness knows what. "I'm sorry," Gabriel said. "Jackie boy was the first mount I ever owned, so he tends to be possessive. He's jealous of anyone I show attention to. He's already annoyed by Flying Jane's arrival in the stable, so he took it out on you." "He has no reason to be jealous of me," she said. Gabriel's eyes darkened as he came toward her. "He most certainly does." His gaze swept down to her body with such heat that her breathing quickened again. But he'll have to get used to it. The intimation that they had some sort of future together alarmed her as nothing else had. She backed away, horrified that she had gone so far with him. No, she said, shaking her head. "I'm not taking up with my brother's murderer." His face turned to stone, but his eyes blazed with a heat that singed her. "Don't you ever grow tired of that argument, Virginia?" he bit out, as if it took every ounce of his will not to throttle her. "I didn't murder your brother. Murder implies intent. What happened was a tragic accident that you brought on by taking advantage of him while he was drunk," she countered. "Roger was too drunk to know what he did. When we raced, he was perfectly sober." "That's not what Poppy says." "Your grandfather wasn't there. He needs someone to blame, so he blames me. But that doesn't mean he has a reason for it. He has no reason to lie about it either. People deceive themselves sometimes." He headed toward her again. "It's better than facing the truth, that your brother—" "What the devil is going on here?" came her grandfather's voice from the entrance. Gabriel halted. "Good morning, General," he said, though he kept his eyes locked with hers. "Your granddaughter and I were just discussing a race." As her grandfather drew himself up, she added hastily, "I came to the stables to see if I could get a glimpse of Lord Gabriel's rig and horses, Poppy, and I found his lordship instead." Might as well admit the truth. At least then, Gabriel wouldn't persist in thinking she had come looking for him. Or worse, spying on his thoroughbred to help Poppy gain an advantage for the St. Ledger Stakes. "You have no business wandering the stables alone," Poppy snapped. "His lordship was just telling me the same thing. He was about to escort me back inside." With a skeptical expression, her grandfather glanced from her to Gabriel. She prayed that he couldn't tell she was lying, that he couldn't tell she had just been kissed senseless. At that moment, Mrs. Plumtree hobbled into the stable, then halted. Her gaze seemed to take in more than Poppy's, for she fixed it on Virginia's probably reddened mouth for so long that Virginia had to drop her eyes. "Well, isn't this cozy?" she said. "The secret meetings have already begun." Poppy stiffened and shot Mrs. Plumtree a baleful glance. Then he glowered at Gabriel. "All right, this is how it's going to be. You two will have your race on Friday. Mrs. Plumtree and I will be there to make sure it's done fairly and safely. Afterward, we will all come back to Halstead Hall for dinner," Mrs. Plumtree put in. "What do you say, General? Wouldn't that be a pleasant way to end the day?" "Aye," he growled. "And a pleasant way to end our family's association, too." Virginia sucked in a breath. She didn't dare reveal that after this race she would either be racing Gabriel at Turnham Green, or he would be courting her. If Poppy heard that, he would lock her up in her room and throw away the key. Sounds like an excellent plan to me, Gabriel drawled. Yes, she agreed. Once the race was over, she and Gabriel could manage the rest of their bargain more discreetly. Very well. Poppy held out his arm. Come, my girl, we're going home. She took his arm, not daring to look at Gabriel for fear what she might see in his eyes, and what it might make her feel. Miss Waverly, Gabriel called after her. She stopped and looked back. Yes? His gaze locked with hers. I meant what I said about Jackie boy. He has every reason to be upset, because he knows I won't give up. She swallowed hard. She wasn't quite as horrified as she should be by his reminder. Plague take him. Persistence isn't always enough, sir, she said, then walked out with her grandfather. As they headed for the other stable, where their carriage now sat waiting, Poppy said, What was that all about? We discussed his lordship's training methods for his horses, she lied. I was giving him some pointers. Poppy snorted. I hardly think Sharpe needs any pointers. No, he knew exactly what he was doing, with horses and women. More was the pity. Is there something going on between you and Sharpe that you're not telling me? Poppy asked. She caught her breath. Why would you say that? It's been pointed out to me that young women can sometimes be different than they appear. Lord, much as she wanted Poppy to see her for what she was, she didn't want him to see the part of her that had recklessly enjoyed kissing Gabriel. I'm always your lambkin, Poppy. You needn't worry about that. It was an evasive answer, but she couldn't bear lying to him. Fortunately, it seemed to satisfy him. That's what I thought. Guilt kept her silent. While they were headed home, something occurred to her. Poppy, was Roger drunk when he raced Lord Gabriel? Her grandfather stiffened. Why do you ask? Because of something Lord Gabriel said. Roger was definitely drunk when he agreed to the challenge. Her breath stuck in her throat. So Lord Gabriel was definitely the one to lay down the challenge. He stared grimly ahead. He must have been. Otherwise he would have blamed it on Roger a long time ago. She thought back to what Gabriel had said. He hadn't mentioned who had made the challenge, but obviously he had lied to her about Roger's drunkenness. So Roger was drunk when he ran the race. A long pause ensued. Then Poppy let out a low oath. I don't know. What do you mean? It was hours later. They raced at noon. A ball of lead settled into her belly. But I thought Lord Gabriel challenged him after they'd been drinking all night and half the morning. Then they went right out and ran the race. Not quite. Her world shifted. All this time she'd believed. Then what did happen? Why does it matter? He snapped. Isn't it enough that he convinced Roger to race him when the lad was drunk, then dragged him out on that damned course later to die? I suppose, she said quietly, though that wasn't entirely true. She had always assumed that Gabriel had purposely coaxed Roger into getting drunk so he could beat him. But if hours had lain between the time Roger had agreed to the challenge and the two men had run the race... She stiffened. No, Poppy was right. Gabriel had still taken advantage of Roger. Her brother never would have run that race if he had been sober. She kept telling herself that all the way back to Waverly Farm. Chapter 5. Gabe didn't know which bothered him more, that Gran was about to discover the new thoroughbred he'd been keeping under wraps, or that she had nearly caught him kissing Virginia. Probably the latter, Having a reputation for being good in the bedchamber was one thing. Having one's grandmother nearly witness that talent was quite another, especially when it had thrown him so off balance. Virginia Waverly had one damned sweet mouth. He wished he could have plundered it longer. He wished he could have laid her down in the straw and discovered what secrets lay beneath today's outdated gown, a yellow and white muslin thing that made her look like a lemon drop, which was only appropriate, since he wanted to unwrap her and suck her and savor her, to satisfy his sweet tooth by devouring her whole. "You lied to me," Gran said without preamble. That shattered his pleasant fantasy, trying to think what Gran meant. Gabe went to fetch the mash bucket he had left outside Flying Jane's stall. He had to get Gran out of here before she noticed the horse. She had a decided bias against his racing. "What about?" "You said that you and Miss Waverly were going to thread the needle at Turnham Green, when you're really planning some simple race at Ealing." "Ah, that." A pity she'd found out so soon. He had hoped that worry for him might make her agree to let Celia out of the marriage ultimatum, although perhaps he could still manage that. I didn't lie. He snagged his coat and headed toward her at the stable door. "Miss Waverly and I are racing to determine whether we will thread the needle. If I win, then she lets me court her. If she wins, then we thread the needle." Gran snorted. "You know damned well you're going to win." With a shrug, he left the stable, handing the mash bucket to the first groom who came running. "Races are unpredictable." He shot her a sly glance. "And there's nothing to say that I won't be hurt while racing her in Ealing." She rolled her eyes at him. "If you hurt yourself on that tame course, you deserve to lose. So I shall wait to see who wins before I decide whether I want to release Celia from my demand." "Suit yourself." He turned toward the house, matching his stride to her halting gait. "Miss Waverly has turned into a very pretty girl. I'm not surprised. Her mother was stunning." "You knew her mother?" "She came out at the same time as yours. The chit had her eye on your father, but Prudence was having none of that. Louis utterly dazzled your mother, poor girl. Once she met him, there was no one else, and she wasn't going to let any other woman have him either." "A pity that he didn't feel the same," Gabe snapped. Unlike Oliver, Gabe didn't blame their father for everything that had gone wrong in his parents' marriage, but father's infidelities had made it awfully difficult for mother to overlook their other problems. Gran shot him a long look. "That's a harsh statement coming from you, who are never without a female in your bed." He gritted his teeth. He entertained a widow or a barmaid from time to time, but most of his days were spent with his horses. He wasn't the whoremonger she seemed to think. He certainly had never rivaled his father for debauchery, or even his older brothers. "At least I believe in fidelity, which is more than I can say for father," he told her. "I fully intend to do better in my own marriage." "Assuming that Miss Waverly agrees to marry you." He flashed her a cocky smile. "Have you ever seen me not gain a woman I wanted?" "Women of the sort you've been gaining don't count. They can be bought. I doubt that Miss Waverly can." "Thank God," he said coldly, "since I only get money from you if Celia also marries, and that's by no means certain." They entered the house and headed toward the drawing room. "What will you do if you marry Miss Waverly and then I end up cutting you off?" she asked, her tone carefully distant. "I have prospects," he said evasively. What sort of prospects? Do they have anything to do with that new thoroughbred filly you're hiding? He stiffened. Damn Gran and her observant eye. What makes you think I'm hiding her? Her eyes narrowed on him. She was in the old stables, which have only held Jackie Boy for years. I hope you don't have some fool notion about entering her in a horse race. Your father had to marry precisely because his father— I know, Gran. I've already heard the lecture. Numerous times. Their paternal grandfather had been horse-mad. Unfortunately, he'd also been cursed with bad trainers and even worse horses. He'd sunk hundreds of thousands of pounds into his stables so he could race thoroughbreds, none of which had ever won him any money. Which is why Gabe hadn't wanted Gran to know he hoped to build his own stable of thoroughbreds. She'd never believed that he could succeed. He had a keener eye for horses than his grandfather ever had, and he could train them himself as long as he could find the right jockey to ride them. But Gran thought thoroughbred racing was a gambler's sport, and gambling was a waste of good blunt to her. Not that he cared. She'd ruined his life enough with this marriage business. She wasn't going to ruin his future in racing, too. This was his insurance policy in case Celia chose not to marry. So, what do you plan to do with the thoroughbred? She prodded. That's none of your concern, he said as they neared the drawing room. It's my horse. I bought it out of the funds I've accumulated from wagers I win in carriage racing. Whatever I do with it is my own business. She walked into the drawing room. Not if you use Oliver's stables to— What's Gabe using my stables for this time? Oliver asked from his seat on the settee. Since winning was the only way to gain a chance of courting you, I had no choice. As the crowd strained to hear every delicious word, she could only gape at him. He wanted to court her that badly? Really? Court you? Poppy asked. Court you? Pierce echoed. Sweet Lord. She'd forgotten them entirely. So much for keeping the true stakes hidden from her family, and half the gossips in London. By that point, when Pierce's gaze shot to her with a silent warning in it, she was glad she had gone with her instincts. Of course. I appreciate— They spent little time alone together. Her grandfather and cousin made sure of that. She mostly saw him when she brought out sandwiches midday, as she had always done, and if they did have a moment to themselves, he didn't attempt to kiss her, not that she wanted him to. Just because she happened to think about his kisses occasionally, and wonder if they'd really been as amazing as she remembered, didn't mean a thing. She found it interesting to listen while he and Poppy ate and talked of horse training, but that wasn't because she was falling under his spell. No, indeed. She merely got tired of working in the house sometimes. That's why she went out to watch as they dealt with a mare in heat or exercised a thoroughbred. It wasn't out of annoyance that Gabriel seemed more interested in the horses than in her, although he was supposed to be courting her. Not that she wanted him to, but when people said they were at a place to do a certain thing, they ought to do it, that's all. She caught sight of Gabriel at the end of the drive, and her breath stuck in her throat. Sweet Lord, he looked fine. He sat a horse better than any man she knew. Riding seemed as natural as breathing to him. He and the horse moved as one fluid beast, sinew and muscle flexing together, making her mouth go dry. "He's here again, is he?" said a smooth voice behind her. She jumped, then pressed a hand to her heart. "Pierce, don't sneak up on me like that. What are you doing up so early anyway? Poppy hasn't even come down yet." Pierce strode up to her at the sideboard. "I told you yesterday that I was heading home this morning and planned to get an early start." "I didn't believe you. You don't rise early for anything." I do generally make a point of enjoying my nights in some other way than sleeping," he said with a wink. "But sadly, my estate manager doesn't do the same. So if I don't get there before he retires for the evening, I'm not going to find out what was so all-fired important that he couldn't wait another week for me to return." Pierce's steward had been sending increasingly urgent messages. She knew he had been ignoring them for her sake, because of Gabriel's presence, but couldn't do so any longer. He filled a plate with toast and cheese and sat down. "So, I take it that Sharpe showed up again this morning?" She couldn't hide her blush. "I have no idea," she said blithely. He eyed her askance. "No. You were standing there precisely at 8 to watch the haymen come in." With a sniff, she left the window. "I merely enjoy looking at the sunflowers in bloom." "I suppose that's also why you resemble a flower in bloom yourself these days," he said with a smug smile. "She's wearing her best gowns for you. That's what it is," Poppy said cheerily as he entered the room. "Yes," Pierce drawled, a devilish look in his eyes. "All for me. Isn't that sweet?" Glowering at him, she tugged self-consciously at the lace fichu pelerine she usually left off, then went to the sideboard to wrap a slice of bread about 2 sausages for Poppy. Otherwise he wouldn't eat breakfast at all. "I happen to like this gown, that's all." She did like her pelisse robe, mostly because the cut flattered her figure, and it had fancy little Spanish bows that made her feel pretty. Wearing it, or yesterday's striped gown with the handsome sleeves, had nothing to do with anyone. It certainly wasn't because of the heated glances of admiration Gabriel gave her whenever Poppy's back was turned. No, indeed. "Well, you can tell she's happy to have you here," Poppy said, utterly unaware of Pierce's sly hints. "She's been spreading lavender all through the house to make it smell nice for you." Pierce's laugh turned into a cough when she scowled at him. Virginia walked over to pour Pierce some tea. "I like lavender. It's got nothing to do with Pierce or anyone else." Poppy winked at his great-nephew. "So you say. Meanwhile, we're about to choke to death on the smell." Her cousin shot her a look of pure mischief. "Actually, Uncle Isaac, I believe she's getting the lavender from—" "The garden," she said quickly. She held his teacup directly over his lap and began to pour hot tea into it. "Isn't that right, cousin?" His eyes went wide. One slip of her hand and his nights are going to be decidedly less enjoyable. "Absolutely." "Well, see that you don't clear out the garden entirely." Poppy wolfed down the remainder of his breakfast. "I know you use it for possets and such. You'll run out of it before winter at this rate." "Yes, coz. Do be careful," Pierce said, eyes twinkling. She glared at him as she set down the tea and poured a glass of milk. "Got to go," Poppy said, pausing only long enough to grab the glass she handed him and gulp down its contents. Poppy headed for the door. "Today I'm putting Ghost Rider through his paces, to see if I can get him up to snuff for the St. Ledger Stakes. I've got to do it while Sharpe is out of the way." "Out of the way?" Pierce asked. Her grandfather grinned. "I'm having him muck out the stables again." "Poppy," she protested. "Wasn't it enough that you made him do it his first day? I'm sure he ruined his clothes." That reminded her. She hurried to fetch Poppy's surtout, since their footman was nowhere to be seen. "It's not my fault he wasn't dressed properly. And if he takes his bloody clothes off to work in the stables now, it's not my fault if he catches a cold." She helped Poppy into his surtout. "A cold? It's summer, for heaven's sake. So you can't blame him for taking his coat off." "That's no reason for him to go bare-chested. He'll catch his death if he goes about like that. It's not healthy, I tell you." Poppy headed for the door. Gabriel went bare-chested in the stables. Surely Poppy didn't mean that he went without even a shirt.
"Might want to close your mouth, cousin," Pierce said dryly, "before you catch flies."
She whirled on him. "I wish you'd stop letting Poppy think you really mean to marry me."
"I do mean to marry you," Pierce grinned. "Assuming you don't run off with a bare-chested Sharpe first, adorned by all the lavender he keeps bringing you."
"How did you know about the lavender?"
"Don't insult my intelligence. I saw him give it to Molly for you one morning. He's been doing it every day, hasn't he?"
She couldn't prevent a small smile. "Yes." Her smile faded. "But Poppy doesn't know. And don't you tell him."
"I'm shocked he hasn't figured it out himself. Flowers are exactly the sort of boring gift a man like Sharpe would consider romantic."
"They're not boring at all." She cursed herself for a quick tongue, but she couldn't help it. No one had ever brought her flowers before. She found it terribly sweet. Pierce eyed her closely as he poured himself more tea.
"Of course, volunteering to help around here was rather original. To be honest, I didn't expect him to last this long."
"Neither did I," she admitted. "Not that I care."
"If you don't care, then what are these doing here?"
He flicked his hand toward a plate of lemon tarts on the sideboard.
"I heard Sharpe tell Cook that first day that he loved lemon tarts, and ever since they've been appearing on the sideboard for when he and Uncle Isaac come in for tea."
She lifted her chin. "I'm sure Cook is just trying to make him feel at home."
"Cook doesn't even make lemon tarts for me, my dear, and I'm her favourite. Besides, you're the one who tells her what to cook."
He drained his teacup, then set it down.
"Be careful, cuz," he said softly. "Sharpe isn't some stray dog you can lure into loving you with lemon tarts. Be sure that he's what you want, just as he is, before you tip your hand."
"I'm not trying to lure him into anything. I didn't ask him to work on the stud farm. He chose to do that himself. For me, to court me. Oh, how she wished that didn't thrill her every time she thought of it. A knock came at the breakfast-room door.
"My lord, your carriage is ready." "Thank you, James."
Pierce finished his toast, then came around the table.
"Will you see me out?"
"Of course." She took his arm as they headed for the entrance hall. "I'm going to miss you, you know."
"Well, I should hope so. I'm practically your fiancé."
"Oh, fie. Would you stop that nonsense?" He laughed.
"I will when it stops annoying you."
They went out onto the drive to find Gabriel coming back from the pasture where he had apparently led a couple of horses, probably emptying the stalls in preparation for mucking them out. Gabriel halted.
"So you're leaving, eh, Devonmont?"
He sounded rather pleased.
"Duty calls." Pierce turned to her. "That reminds me. I forgot to mention to Uncle Isaac that I went over all the books and they appear to be in order. But he does have a few bills of lading that are incorrectly entered, and he should press that farmer next door for payment. Neighbour or no, the man needs to pay you the stud fee."
"I'll tell him, but he won't do anything about it. You know Poppy. He feels sorry for the fellow."
Pierce shook his head. "There's no point in helping him with his accounts if he ignores my advice."
"I know, but he does appreciate it, truly." She leaned up to kiss his cheek. "As do I." Pierce cast a sidelong glance to where Gabriel stood listening, and drawled,
"Surely you can give your future fiancé a better thank you than that."
And without warning, he grasped her head in his hands and kissed her hard on the lips. It wasn't restrained, or brief. He lingered for pity's sake.
"Now see here," Gabriel growled. "You can't do that to her." Drawing back, Pierce winked at her. I don't see why not. Cousins are allowed to kiss. Gabriel came nearer. That wasn't a cousinly kiss, he bit out. Virginia didn't mind. Pierce's eyes gleamed mischief at her. Did you, dearest? She hardly knew how to respond. Pierce had never kissed her on the lips before. She'd have expected more of an impact. After all, Pierce was famous for his talent with women, but it had just been strange and uncomfortable, like kissing a brother on the lips. Well, Gabriel snapped. Did you mind? No, of course not. She didn't want Gabriel thrashing her cousin for some perceived insult to her honour. I see. Gabriel stalked off toward the stables. As soon as he was out of earshot, she gave Pierce a shove. What was that for? Pierce grinned. Just having a little fun. She let out a frustrated huff. Now he's going to think you and I have been doing things that we haven't. And then there's the servants, who know perfectly well there's nothing going on between us, you little widgeon. Never hurts to make a man stew a bit. Can't have him thinking you're easy pickings when you're throwing lemon tarts at him and dressing in your best gowns and watching for him out the window. Lower your voice, she hissed. He doesn't know I'm doing those things. Then he's blind. He chucked her under the chin. He already wants to marry you. You don't have to work so hard at convincing him it's a good idea. I'm not. And he only wants to marry me so he can gain his inheritance. Perhaps. He glanced toward the barn. Perhaps not. Pierce suddenly turned very serious. See here, cuz. If anything happens while I'm gone, send a note to Hertfordshire and I'll come back at once. I know. You're a dear. She crossed her arms over her chest. A very wicked dear, but I suppose that's to be expected with the way you live when you're in London. He fixed a disturbingly intent gaze on her. That kiss didn't affect you at all, did it? She blinked. It was perfectly pleasant. A rueful laugh escaped him. Pleasant, eh? I really know how to cut a man off at the knees. Take care, will you? I'll be fine. But as he drove away, her smile faltered. She couldn't stop thinking of the look on Gabriel's face when he had said, I see. As if somehow she had betrayed him. She hadn't. There was no understanding between them. Nonetheless, glancing about, she realized that all the servants had disappeared. Poppy was off with Ghost Rider in the back pasture, and their 2 grooms were probably with him, which left Gabriel alone in the stable. Perhaps she should talk to Gabriel about Pierce. She could only imagine what Gabriel must think after Pierce's mischief, and she wanted to set him straight. You just want to see if Gabriel really works in there bare-chested, her conscience said. Stupid conscience. And it was wrong, too. Still, she swallowed as she headed for the kitchen garden, which just happened to be next to the back entrance to the stable, and she was careful to make no sound as she slipped inside. She halted next to the ladder that led up to the hayloft. Perhaps before she spoke to him, she should watch him at work. After all, Poppy didn't know for sure that he was doing a decent job. For all they knew, he was paying off one of the labourers to do the work. You don't really believe that, her conscience said. You just want to spy on him. With a scowl for her conscience, she hurried up the ladder, then crept through the hay until she could see him below. She sucked in a breath. Sweet Lord in heaven, he was bare-chested. He had nothing on from the waist up, and he was attacking the straw with a pitchfork, as if it were an enemy soldier he had met in battle. A half-naked Gabriel in black buckskin breeches and boots was a sight to behold. The well-defined muscles in his arms flexed with each scoop of the pitchfork, and his back showed every ferocious stab, the sinews tightening in a marvellous dance.
She'd never seen a man's naked back before, but she doubted that they all looked as spectacular as Gabriel's. Then he bent over to pick up some tack that had fallen in the straw. His loose breeches tightened over his bottom, and she gasped. As he froze, she clapped her hand over her mouth. If he caught her watching him. But then he straightened, and she let out an inward sigh of relief. He hadn't heard her after all. He bent again, and this time she took the chance to stare at his amazing bottom. Was it supposed to look that, well, firm? When he finally returned to shoveling, she couldn't decide which she liked better, watching him bend over or watching him shovel. She wasn't surprised to discover that he had a most attractive form, but she hadn't known that seeing so much of it revealed would have this astonishing effect on her. With the sheen of perspiration making his back glisten, she could think of nothing but how she would like to touch his muscles, which was absolutely ludicrous. After a few moments lying enraptured in the straw, she began to crave more. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around, she chanted in her head, almost desperate to see the front of him. And when he did, picking up the wheelbarrow handles and angling it toward the back door, she bit her fist to keep from sighing aloud. Lord have mercy on her soul. How had he come to be so exquisitely fashioned? He had a little brushing of hair in the middle of his chest encircling his navel, but otherwise his entire upper body looked carved from oak. His flesh looked taut and unyielding, with ripples of muscles running down his belly. She could scarcely breathe at the sight of so much male endowment. She was almost glad when he disappeared out the back of the stable. At last she could catch her breath. She ought to climb down the ladder and wait for him at the bottom so he wouldn't know she'd been watching him. But what if he caught her? No, she'd just wait until he was busy shoveling again. Then she would creep down and approach as if she'd come in from outside. That would work. And if he happened to— "Enjoying yourself, are you?" With a squeal she scrambled to her feet and swung around. To her utter mortification, there stood Gabriel, a few feet away. And judging from the black scowl on his brow and the fierce glitter in his eyes, he was furious. Chapter 12. Gabe couldn't believe it. After all he'd endured this week, she had the audacity to spy on him. Wasn't it enough that she had happily kissed her cousin while he stood there watching and seething? And now she was probably in here making sure that he did exactly what her blasted grandfather wanted. At least she had the good grace to be embarrassed. Hot color crawled up her neck to her face. You were spying on me. Again. He crossed his arms over his chest. Are you worried that your grandfather won't get enough work out of me? Or did he ask you to report on my progress? I guess it's not enough for him that he's got me working like some damned groom. I wanted to talk to you, that's all, she blurted out. His eyes narrowed. About what? She bit her lower lip. About Pierce. That put the finishing touch on his anger. Now she was going to explain how she and her bloody cousin were perfect for each other, and Gabe could just go to hell. What about him? She smoothed her skirts, refusing to look him in the eye, which confirmed his suspicions. My cousin and I are not— that is, the two of us, have never— Taking a deep breath, she started again. That was the first and only time he has ever kissed me. Like that. I didn't want you to get the impression that we had been— Intimate, he said caustically. Though her blush deepened, her gaze shot to his. Yes, intimate. I thought you should know that no matter what he implied, we don't have that sort of friendship. He stared at her a long moment, trying to take in what she was saying, so she wasn't dismissing his courtship. She was embarrassed to be accused of being intimate with her cousin.
"Are you sure he knows that?" he asked, all at sea.
"Of course." She released a frustrated breath. "He did it just to annoy you, and it took me so by surprise that I didn't know what to say when you asked if I truly didn't mind it." As it dawned on him what that meant, his anger ebbed. "That is Pierce's biggest fault, you see," she went on. "He doesn't know when to leave well enough alone. He seems to delight in—"
"He'd make you a lousy husband," Gabe broke in.
She didn't leap to deny it. "What makes you say that?" He pressed his advantage.
"Devonmont takes you for granted."
She blinked. "That's absurd."
"Come now, sweetheart. I see how you take care of things around here. You hold this house together. You're the one who makes sure they're all well fed. Without you, that lazy cook of your grandfather's would give them stale bread and mutton, and they'd take it because he can't afford a decent cook."
Her eyes went wide. "I can't believe you noticed."
"I'm not blind," he snapped. "I see how things are. When you go off to town to shop, the two maids spend their time flirting with your absent-minded footmen and your grooms, and your housekeeper tipples whiskey until you return."
As she gazed at him in apparent shock, he added,
"But when you're here, they do their jobs, and damn near happily, too."
"Because they're afraid I'll dismiss them," he snorted.
"They know you can't afford that. That's not why." He groped for words to explain it to her.
It suddenly seemed very important for her to understand her own worth.
"It's because you're so blasted cheerful."
That had come as a complete surprise to him. He'd seen her only as the woman who found his very existence an outrage, but that was before he had watched her in her element. Here at Waverly Farm she was a blur of happy female, bustling in and out, up and down, smoothing frayed nerves and stoking enthusiasm wherever she went.
"Who wouldn't want to make you happy?"
he choked out.
Well, you make them all somehow find the strength to be better than they are."
She did that to him as well, but he'd swallowed gunpowder before he'd admit it.
"You make do with the staff you have, and you do it brilliantly."
Devonmont doesn't see that or care. He's used to having everything work as it should, so he doesn't notice that what goes on in this house is your doing. Now she watched him with an openly vulnerable expression that made him angry. How could she not know these things about herself? How could none of them make her know it? Devonmont doesn't notice that when you're not around, your grandfather lapses into a darker mood. The old's a selfish, condescending ass, and he doesn't deserve you. At her obvious shock, he muttered, "Forgive my language, but it's true." Her intense stare made him uncomfortable. He uncrossed his arms, then tucked his thumbs beneath the waistband of his breeches in a gesture of defiance meant to show her that he was not quite the blithering idiot he seemed. Then her gaze slid slowly down his chest to his belly, halted at his breeches, before jerking back up to his face. The new blush that suffused her pretty cheeks took him by surprise. And suddenly he saw her spying on him in a whole new light. Well, I'll be damned. Could she have been watching him for another reason entirely? The very thought of the curious and virginal Virginia watching him in his half-dressed state made his blood run hot. She tipped up her chin. "You only say these things about Pierce because you want me for yourself." Damned right he did. Even more, he now suspected that she felt the same. "I say it because it's true. You deserve better." "I deserve you, I suppose." "You deserve a man who sees you for what you are." She eyed him warily. "And what is that?" "A woman in bad need of someone to look after her for a change, to consider her dreams and wants and needs." He dragged his gaze slowly down her body, his blood leaping to see how it agitated her. Someone who can give you what you crave most. Her breath quickened. You don't know what I crave most. Oh, I think I do. He stepped nearer, exulting when her cheeks grew rosy beneath his stare. Admit it. You didn't just come in here to talk. Alarm spread over her face. Of course I did. I mean, why else would I possibly— Don't play the outraged innocent with me, sweetheart. He cast her a knowing smile. Innocent young ladies don't hide in the hay watching half-dressed men work. Her mouth dropped open. When it snapped shut and temper flared in her eyes, he realized he had overplayed his hand. Still, it took him by surprise when she shoved him hard enough to make him fall into the hay. And innocent gentlemen don't work half-dressed on a property where innocent young ladies might wander. She turned to stalk away, but he half rose to yank her down into the hay beside him. As she gasped and opened her mouth in outrage, he leaned over and kissed her. For a moment, he feared he had misread her entirely, but as he moulded her lips with his, she softened beneath him and threw her arms about his neck. After that he was lost. His head told him he should keep this tender, give her a kiss that didn't send her running in alarm. But he had spent days watching her from afar, hiding the ache to touch her again, to show her that what lay between them was more powerful than any stupid wager. And now that he had his chance, he couldn't be easy, soft, or quiet. As he parted her lips with his, he shifted until he lay half on top of her, half off. Then he plunged his tongue inside her mouth the way he wanted to plunge his aching cock into her. And she kissed him back, thank God. She tangled her tongue with his and met him with enough enthusiasm to set them both aflame. Desire exploded inside him. He burned to take her right here, to lift her skirts and put an end to days of mindless want. But he had enough presence of mind to know that wasn't wise. Instead he laid his hand on her breast, and she let him. She even arched into his hand as he kneaded her through her gown. It was enough to send a man out of his mind. Feverish to touch her bare skin, he tore loose the scrap of lace she wore about her neck, then fumbled with the bows that held her gown together in front. It took him a few seconds to realize that they disguised the hooks and eyes that were the real fastening. But he soon had them undone, then spread her gown open to slip his hand inside and drag down her corset cup. "Sweet Lord," she whispered against his mouth as he fondled her breast through her shift, rolling the nipple between his thumb and forefinger. "Sweet Virginia." Not content with just touching, he untied her shift and bared her breast to his gaze. Her flesh flamed, but she made no move to stop him. So he looked his fill. Her breast was every bit as exquisite as he'd imagined, pert and delicate and perfectly shaped, with a rosy nipple that begged to be sucked. And he was more than eager to answer the call. When his mouth closed over her breast, she buried her hands in his hair. "Gabriel, you shouldn't. We shouldn't." He filled his hand with her other breast as he lifted his head to stare at her flushed face. "It's what you came here for, Vixen. Admit it." "No, I just came to talk to you." Swirling his tongue over the tip of her breast, he exulted as her breath hitched in her throat. "And you were hiding here in the straw because—" I was looking for something, that's all. Something I lost when I came up here, to wait for you to be finished working." He stifled a laugh. She was so damn transparent. He rubbed her breast shamelessly, delighting in the little gasp of pleasure she uttered. "And what exactly were you looking for?" A piece of jewelry." When he sucked hard on her breast, she moaned. "Yes, a locket. It must have fallen in the straw."
Her hand slid to his neck and kneaded his shoulders convulsively as he sucked and teased her pretty little breasts. "Did you find what you were looking for?" he rasped against her nipple. Her eyes were sliding shut. No." "What a shame. I'll have to help you look." Her eyes shot open. "No, I mean—" "Who knows where it went?" He undid more hooks and eyes until he had her gown entirely open. "Perhaps it fell down inside your clothing." She blinked. "I doubt that." "Here, perhaps?" he murmured, skimming his hand down her corset to the juncture between her legs. "Or here." He rubbed her there through her shift and petticoats. How would she react to such a blatant invasion? Would she be appalled, given her lame excuse for why she'd been watching him? He was hoping for curious. Virginia was torn between shock and fascination. She'd been dying to have him touch her since the moment she'd seen him half naked, but that wasn't the part she'd wanted him to touch. Then he rubbed her again, and she realized that was exactly the part she wanted him to touch. "Oh, my! Good gracious, that is— Oh! "Found what you're looking for?" A smug smile crossed his face. He was so blessed sure of himself, she couldn't even bring herself to protest, because what he was doing down there was making her insane. Nothing should feel that good. No wonder everyone urged respectable females to stay away from rogues, because every woman would throw her respectability out the window if she knew how it felt to have a man put his hands on her like this. And now he was drawing up her petticoats and sliding his hand beneath her shift. "Or how about this?" he said, in a husky voice that made her pulse do a funny little dance. "Is this more of what you were looking for?" Oh, sweet Lord! As his hand slid inside the slit in her drawers to cover her thatch of hair, a moan escaped her. "I'll take that as a yes," he drawled. A definite yes. She dug her fingers into his broad, naked shoulders, marveling at the silk over steel feel of skin over sinew. Then his finger slipped into the cleft between her legs, and she nearly came out of her skin. He delved inside her with one finger, making her want to squirm beneath his hand, making her want to have him do it more and more. Her hand slid over his bared chest, which was every bit as firm as she had thought. She couldn't stop touching him. He was so gloriously well-muscled, and just feeling the warm flesh grow taut beneath her fingers made her ache for him down there even more. His breathing grew strained. "I'll have to take a look," he growled. She could scarcely think. At what? At you, beneath your clothes. His eyes held a raw hunger that made her shiver deliciously. "How else can I find what you were looking for?" He was already sliding down her body. She really ought to put an end to the farce of the missing locket. "I don't think you need—" He covered her down there with his mouth. His mouth! "Gabriel!" His tongue slid inside her. "Gabriel!" she sighed. "What? How? Oh, my word! You are wicked, so wicked!" A muffled chuckle escaped him as he started doing things with his tongue that gave new meaning to the word wicked. Good gracious! Who could have guessed? How could she have known? Her body was on fire. She strained up against his mouth, wanting to feel every delicious stroke of his tongue. He was using lips and teeth and tongue to arouse her in an amazing fashion. It was the most glorious thing she'd ever felt. It was like thundering up a hill on a massive charger, hurtling toward the top, racing, straining, and leaping off a cliff at the end. She screamed and screamed again as she went hurtling down into an ocean, where waves of pleasure crashed over her. They went on for what seemed like forever, until at last they lessened and he drew his mouth from her. As she lay there gasping, he pressed a kiss into her thigh.
"I think we found it," he said in a guttural voice. A long breath escaped her. "I think so too." She wasn't sure exactly what she had found, but she wanted to find it again whenever she could, and clearly he wanted to help her find it, watching her with a stark need that turned her insides into jelly. He slid up her body to lie on his side next to her, his head propped up on his hand. "This had nothing to do with any locket," he said, running his thumb over her lower lip. She kissed it. "No." He arched an eyebrow. "You just wanted to see me half naked." "You really are annoyingly full of yourself," she said petulantly. "But I'm very happy that you did." His voice fell to a ragged murmur. "I dare say we wouldn't be up here otherwise. Besides, the thought of your watching me half-clothed arouses me something fierce." "Does it?" "See for yourself." He caught her hand and drew it down to his breeches. When coupled with what we were just doing, he sucked in a breath as her hand swept the prominent bulge in his breeches, and when she rubbed him, he muttered a low curse that pleased her enormously. For once he didn't seem quite so cocky. "You were saying?" she asked. It was her turn to be smug. His eyes slid shut. "You're a teasing little vixen who— Oh, God!" With a moan he pressed himself into her hand. "Yes, sweetheart. Touch me just like that. Right there. God save me."
"Sharpe!"
called a voice from outside the stable. Might have well been the voice of God himself, only he wasn't coming to save anyone. She jerked her hand from Gabriel's breeches in a panic. "That's Poppy. He can't find us like this." Gabriel stared at her uncomprehendingly for a second. She shook him. "If he finds you here with me, there'll be no wedding, no duel, no nothing except your handsome body speared on that pitchfork over there." A lazy grin crossed his face. "You think I'm handsome?" "Gabriel!" "Oh, all right." He stood and brushed the straw from his skin and breeches.
"Sharpe!"
came Poppy's voice, closer now.
"Where the devil are you?"
Frantically she sought to fasten her gown. "We really must stop meeting where people can find us, sweetheart," Gabriel drawled as he tossed her fichu pelerine to her. "Spoils the mood every time." She glared at him. When the door rattled downstairs, he muttered, "Stay down," then walked over to the pitchfork that was always kept in the loft. It wasn't a moment too soon, for Poppy walked into the stable just then. She sank into the straw, praying he couldn't see her. It helped that Gabriel managed to throw a dusting of hay over her as he faced the edge of the loft.
"Yes, General?"
he called out.
"Did you want something?"
A short silence fell, during which she died 100 deaths, sure that Poppy had guessed she was up here.
"What the devil are you doing?"
Gabriel forked some hay over the side. "What you asked me to."
"Didn't you hear me calling?"
"Sorry, no. Hard to hear up here."
"Well, I need your help with this damned mare that Lord Danville just brought in. He said he wasn't coming till tomorrow, and now he shows up with the bloody horse, expecting me to drop everything and see her well settled. The grooms are with Ghost Rider, and there's no one else. So come down, and put your damned clothes on, too. I don't want my granddaughter seeing you naked."
Too late for that. Gabriel muttered under his breath as he sauntered past her to lay the pitchfork against the wall, then climbed down the ladder. She held her breath, waiting for them to leave.
"What do you know about Arabians?"
Poppy asked. She could hear Gabriel moving around, probably donning his clothes. "I've heard they can be temperamental."
"Only if handled badly. By nature, they are even-tempered. Roger used to say that an Arabian was only as temperamental as his owner, but you could probably say that of most horses."
The conversation continued as the men left the stable, but she lay there a long moment, frozen by Poppy's mention of her brother. She'd forgotten all about him. Caught up in her foolish desires and Gabriel's sweet words, she had let her brother slip her mind completely. "Roger, I'm sorry," she whispered as she sat up, but it did nothing to assuage her guilty conscience. As she stood and finished restoring her clothing, she vacillated between defending Gabriel in her mind and hating herself for betraying her brother's memory. After a few moments of that, she realized one thing. It was time she found out exactly what had happened during the night before their fateful race, and the morning when it had happened. She would never rest easy with Gabriel until she did. And there was only one way to do that. She had to ask Gabriel. No matter how uncomfortable it made him, and her, she had to know the truth. Until she did, she could never move forward. Chapter 13. Late in the afternoon the next day, Virginia headed for the stable with an earthenware jug of ale, hoping to see Gabriel before he left for Holstead Hall. She'd had no chance to be alone with him since their encounter in the hay. Poppy or one of the grooms was always around. When she entered the stable now, Poppy and the others sat on a bench cleaning their boots while Gabriel was putting away tack. He looked up as she entered, and the warm smile he flashed her made her tingle to her toes. Having spent last night reliving every moment of their interlude in the stable, it was all she could do not to blush when his gaze trailed down her, as if he can see right through your clothes. Now she knew what Poppy had meant, and now she could easily imagine being married to Gabriel, being able to do the things they had done yesterday whenever they wished. That was precisely why she had to talk to him. Her guard eroded more and more with every day she spent near him. She went over to hand him a mug of ale, and his hand brushed her fingers as he took it from her. The knowing look in his eyes said he had done it on purpose. This time she couldn't restrain the heat that rose to her cheeks. When he responded by winking at her, she caught her breath. Her pulse was racing, and her stomach was doing funny little flips that made it hard for her to think straight. If she wasn't careful, Poppy would notice. "This ale is delicious." Gabriel sipped it with a slow sensuality that made her body hum. "Did you brew it here at Waverly Farm?" "I'm afraid not." She glanced at Poppy, but fortunately he wasn't paying attention to how Gabriel was looking at her. "I've tried my hand at home brewing, but haven't been terribly successful." "Tastes like swill, it does," said Hob, one of the grooms. She scowled at him, though he was right. "Perhaps my sister-in-law could help you with it," Gabriel said. "She's a brewer, you know." "If she has easy instructions I could follow," Virginia said, "I'd be most grateful." "So would we," Hob said. Gabriel shot the groom a foul look. "Yes, because it's not enough that Miss Waverly makes sure you're well fed and your ailments treated. She should brew a good small beer too, right?" As Hob gave a sullen shrug, Virginia smiled warmly at Gabriel. His unexpected defense of her touched her deeply. But it also gained Poppy's attention. He glanced over at her and Gabriel, his eyes narrowing. "So, Sharpe, do you think you could come by earlier than usual tomorrow?" Gabriel stiffened. "Why?" "Tomorrow is the fair at Langsford. I'm taking some yearlings to market, so the grooms and I will have our hands full. We're not setting off until 9, but I could use some help earlier getting everything ready." "I'm sorry, I can't." Poppy sat back on the bench looking smug. "I should have known. All you chaps enjoy your Friday nights in town, gambling and drinking. Makes it hard to rise early on a Saturday." Shooting her grandfather a glare, Virginia walked over to pour ale for the two grooms. That's not the reason. Gabriel's voice held a trace of irritation. Actually, I wasn't planning to come at all tomorrow.
So you're finally tired of working this hard, have you? Want to end your little adventure?
Not in the least. Gabriel downed his ale with a scowl. I have a prior engagement.
Then come here for a while beforehand.
Poppy, Virginia chided. His lordship isn't one of your servants to be ordered about. I'd come if I could, Gabriel said, but my engagement is quite early. Her grandfather eyed him with suspicion.
Early in the morning? There's only one kind of engagement a man can have, and that's with a woman.
Anger flared in Gabriel's face. As it happens, I'm meeting with a gentleman. We're settling a wager. As it dawned on her what kind of wager that must be, Virginia whirled to face Gabriel. You're racing, she accused him. His face carefully expressionless, Gabriel held out his empty mug. And what if I am? Their gazes locked as she took it from him. He showed no sign that her feelings on the matter were of any consequence to him. He might be full of sweet words about her work on the farm, but that didn't change his character. He was still the angel of death, still as reckless as ever. Well, she'd had enough of that. Time to settle once and for all what kind of man he truly was. She couldn't go on without knowing exactly what had happened between him and Roger. She turned to her grandfather. You said that if Lord Gabriel worked here a week, which he has, you would allow us a drive together. I want to take it now. Poppy puffed up like a horse with colic.
I also said I have to go along, and I can't leave the farm right now with Lord Danville coming over to check on his mare.
I'll take Hob. He should be a sufficient chaperone.
Now, Lambkin.
You owe us this, Poppy. She stared him down. I've been very patient, but I deserve to spend time with my suitor. The least you can do after all the work he has done this week is to allow it. Her grandfather glowered at her, then at Gabriel. But he had to know that he had worked Gabriel like a dog, and that Gabriel had taken it with astonishing equanimity.
Oh, very well. Go on with you, then, he finally grumbled. But don't be gone too long. It's no more than an hour before sunset, and you shouldn't be out after dark with him. He glanced at Hob. And don't you let either of them out of your sight for 1 minute. Do you hear?
Yes, sir, Hob answered. A short while later, Gabriel was handing her up into the curricle as Hob climbed into the groom's seat on the back. Virginia took the reins as a matter of habit since it was her curricle, and Gabriel said nothing. Although there was a hood between them and the groom, she needed far more privacy than the curricle could provide. We're going to a place where we can talk. When his eyes darkened and slid down her body with aching slowness, she regretted how she'd put that. She didn't want him to get the wrong idea. Much as she wanted to lose herself in his arms, she couldn't. Not until they settled a few things. She drove half a mile, then pulled the curricle down a dirt track off the road, which soon ended in a little clearing. Before she was even fully to a halt, he jumped down. When he handed her out, his hands lingered on her waist, prompting a little curl of excitement in her belly that she squelched ruthlessly. Casting him a reproving glance, she headed to the back of the curricle. Hob, if you will please take the horses for a bit of exercise down the road, I'd be most appreciative. Hob jumped down, his jaw set as he glanced from her to Gabriel. The master said I wasn't to let you out of my sight. The master said, perhaps I should tell our housekeeper that you and Molly have been meeting secretly in the stable at night. There was a reason she had asked for Hob, and it wasn't just because he was the more shatterbrained of the two grooms. All Hob's bravado fled. Please, miss, the housekeeper would turn Molly out. She would, and... So you'll exercise the horses for, say, the next half hour? Hob hesitated a long moment. Then, with a sigh, he gave a curt nod and jumped into the driver's seat. After he drove off, Gabriel drawled, "That was a neat little piece of blackmail. How did you know about him and Molly?" She snorted. "The girl comes in to lay my fire at night with hay in her hair. And since our other groom has a sweetheart in town, that leaves Hob. I'm not the idiot my staff takes me for, you know." "I know only too well," he said in a husky voice. He reached for her, but she moved away. "Oh, no. I didn't go to all this trouble just so you could fog my head with kisses. I want to know about this race you're running tomorrow." A low curse escaped him, and for a moment she feared he wouldn't tell her. Then he shoved his hands into his coat pockets with the devil-may-care manner that she both admired and hated, and said, "If you must know, a fellow named Wheaton challenged me. The wager is £100, so I accepted." "Of course you did," she said bitterly. "The money is always the most important thing to you." Anger flared in his face. "It should be important to you as well. If Celia is stubborn and refuses to marry, the money I win from races is what will support us. If I win tomorrow, the £100 will be enough to cover the cost of hiring a jockey and paying the entry fee so that Flying Jane can run in the St. Ledger Stakes. And if I win that prize— If. Sounds like a great many ifs." "So what do you suggest? That I take a position as a groom in your grandfather's stable?" "No, of course not. Your grandmother won't help you with Flying Jane?" With a cold laugh, he began to pace the clearing. "She doesn't approve of thoroughbred racing. She fears I'll follow in the steps of my idiot grandfather. The old Marquis, who lost thousands upon thousands of pounds trying to compete. I know that I can succeed in it, but she doesn't believe me." She could see how much that hurt him. It hadn't occurred to her that he might have a plan for his life beyond gaining his inheritance. He'd mentioned that he wanted to build a racing stable, but she hadn't taken that seriously. Now that she knew he really meant it, now that she knew him better, it made sense. "Your grandmother is being foolish." He halted to stare at her. She coloured. "I've seen how you are. You have a gift for recognizing a horse's particular strengths. Even Poppy has commented on it, though he'd never say anything to you." His gaze steadied on her, dark and wary. "Gran would argue that succeeding in thoroughbred racing requires more than an ability to pick a horse." And she'd be right. Training is important too, but you're good at that as well. If you start racing thoroughbreds seriously, I dare say you'll give most of the important owners a run for their money." She smiled faintly. No pun intended. "Thank you." A determined expression settled on his face. "So you understand why I have to run this race tomorrow. The wages I win on private races will pay for the thoroughbred racing, and the thoroughbred racing is where the real money is." When she said nothing to that, he added, "I know I'm starting small with Flying Jane, but if things go as planned, I could one day have a whole stable full of thoroughbreds to race. I might even have a stud farm of my own." He glanced away. "That's my hope, anyway." She could see how much his plan meant to him, but it had distinct disadvantages, too, which he must surely realize. "So you need lots of private races, and lots of wagers. High wagers, which means dangerous races." His gaze shot back to her, instantly wary. "The more dangerous the race, the higher the wager. You know that." Her heart sank. "So what dangerous course are you and Mr. Wheaton racing tomorrow?" "Lord Wheaton. And it's not that dangerous, I swear. It's not even a carriage race. Just a plain old regular race, horse against horse." "You know perfectly well that those can be just as dangerous, if not more so. What course are you racing?" "You probably haven't even heard of it." "What course?" she persisted. A muscle ticked in his jaw. The one that runs beside the stream on Lyons's estate in Eastcote. Alarm seized her. The one with all the jumps. He blinked, clearly surprised that she knew of it. It's just 2 jumps, and they're not that bad. Not that bad? I remember Poppy talking about it. Didn't Lyons break his leg on one of them? Gabriel stiffened. Only because he can't ride worth a farthing. Oh, my word, she muttered, fear for him making her dizzy. You're utterly daft. That made him bristle. No more daft than you, who raced Letty Lade and then challenged me to a race. Since when do you disapprove of racing? Since I've seen how you race, she shot back. Since I've seen firsthand how you take risks that no one with good sense should. You're going to lecture me about good sense, he bore down on her. You're the one who wanted to race at Turnham Green despite the risk to your future. Yes, because I got tired of watching you build a reputation for recklessness on the back of my dead brother. Shock filled his face, rapidly replaced by pain. Still, she couldn't take back the words. Now that it was out in the open, she couldn't let it go. Her breath came in harsh gasps as she fought back tears. You paint your fate in black, and you prance about town in your black clothing, and— I don't prance anywhere, sweetheart, he said hollowly. Don't you dare make a joke of this. You talk about earning money from these dangerous races, when we both know that no one would be wagering against you if not for my brother. Her voice fell to a whisper. If not for Roger, there'll be no angel of death. I didn't choose to be the angel of death, blast it. He practically spat the words. When she blinked, taken aback by his vehemence, he added, That was some fool's idea of a joke. She kept staring at him, speechless. A joke? Her brother's death was a joke to someone. Seeing her reaction, he went on in a low, tortured voice. After Roger's accident, I wore black to mourn him. Since Roger wasn't my family, Chetwynd commented on it, saying that I dressed in black because death was my constant companion. He pointed out that everyone I touched died. My parents, my best friend, everyone. He began to pace the clearing, pain etched in his features. Chetwynd was right, of course. Death was my constant companion. So it was no great surprise when other people started calling me the Angel of Death. His voice grew choked. I fit the part after all. And in that moment she realized that she'd seen everything all wrong. The Angel of Death wasn't his way of bragging. It was his curse, laid upon him by people who didn't care about his torment. Oh, Gabriel, she whispered. But he didn't seem to hear her, lost in the past. I had 2 choices. I could let those arses cow me with their taunts, or I could show them I wasn't afraid of them, or of death. He whirled to face her, his gaze so deeply haunted it broke her heart. So yes, I painted my fate in black, and wore all black, and dared them to call me whatever they pleased, as long as they left me alone. A mad laugh escaped him. But of course they didn't. Every stupid fool who'd ever tooled a rig wanted to challenge me to a race. At first I refused. For nearly a year I said no to every challenge, until the wages got so high that I couldn't ignore them any longer. Stabbing his fingers through his hair, he returned to pacing. It finally dawned on me that the money could be my salvation. If I could make enough to do what I really wanted, what Gran was never going to let me do on my own, I could free myself of society completely down the road. So that was what he'd wanted, to earn enough so he could hide away. I never wanted to be the Angel of Death, he said fiercely. But once I was damned well going to make it pay. His gaze shot to her, vulnerable in its agony, and his voice fell to a ragged whisper. I told myself I was honoring Roger's memory, that every time I won, I did it for him, to make up for the fact that he could never race again as he so loved to do. But I suppose you could see that as just my excuse for getting to do what I love to do. Roger did love to race, she said softly. It wasn't a bad way to honor his memory. Guilt mingled with anger in his gaze. You don't really believe that. I believe his death has tortured you more than I realized. Clearly she and Poppy hadn't been the only ones suffering. It's been 7 years, Gabriel. It's time that you put it behind you. But before you can do that, before either of us can, you have to tell me the truth. He tensed. Virginia gathered her courage. I've heard Poppy's second-hand version, and I've heard the rumors, but I've never heard the truth from your lips. So why don't you tell me what really happened the night of the wager and the day of Roger's death? His eyes turned bleak and hopeless. She wanted to draw him back from whatever place he was retreating to, but she couldn't. This Gabriel, the one who stood cold and unmoving, was the angel of death, and she refused to let him intimidate her. Tell me the truth. Who initially laid down the challenge, you or Roger? You don't want the truth, he said in a remote voice. You're merely looking for a reason to refuse my suit. I don't need a reason for that. What I need is a reason to accept it. There's no answer to your question that will make you happy, he snapped. If I say that I made the challenge, you'll be angry at me. If I say that he laid it down, you'll be angry at him, and then you'll resent me for destroying your perfect image of your brother. That's not true, she said steadily. You know in your heart that it is. I can't win. He stepped nearer and lowered his voice. If we're to make this courtship work, our only choice is to put the past behind us. We have to stop discussing what happened that night. Who was at fault? What could have been done differently? She shook her head. That's not our only choice. It's the only one I'll accept. Gabriel, I won't talk about that night, he ground out. Not now, not ever, and if you can't accept that, then you leave me no choice but to withdraw my suit. A week ago, she would have told him to take his suit and trot back to Ealing with it. But a week ago, she hadn't come to know him. Yes, he could be reckless and wild, but he could also be responsible. He worked hard. He fit seamlessly into life at the farm when Poppy would let him, and he made her want to have a future. A real future, not one dependent upon Pierce's largesse or Poppy's prospects for a long life. Most of all, he understood her as no one else did. He spoke to the restlessness inside her, and though her mind told her that should be the least of her reasons for accepting his suit, her heart and her body told her something different. If only he had proved to be as obnoxious and cold-hearted as she had assumed. But at the farm he had worked tirelessly without calling attention to his accomplishments. He joked with the grooms and laughed in the face of Poppy's displeasure, but she saw now that it was only a mask, only a way to hide the deep unhappiness in his soul. Unfortunately, that deep unhappiness could easily poison them both if it continued. I don't know if I can accept your refusal to talk about that race, she said. I don't even know if I should. Fine. He squared his shoulders as if against a blow. I hereby declare that you've met the terms of our wager. You need not go on with it. When he turned as if to leave the clearing, she called out, At least give me time to think about it. He halted. I'm not going to change my mind. Perhaps not now. But if he could come to trust her, to let her into his heart. His heart. Was that what she wanted? Gabriel's heart? If it was, she was mad. He had his heart locked in the past. Bringing it to the future might take a Herculean effort. It might break her own heart. But the chance at having him for her own might be worth the risk. If she could endure looking into his secrets, and without knowing what they were, she didn't know if she could. She walked up behind him to lay her hand on his arm. Come back on Monday. That will give me a chance to consider what I want to do. All right? He gazed down at her hand, then up into her face, hope warred with wariness in his eyes. You're a very stubborn woman, he ventured. Strange words coming from a man who has honed his own stubbornness to a fine point, she teased. His expression softened. True. She glanced up at the sky. And speaking of the perennially stubborn, we had best return or Poppy will ban you from the farm forever. When she started to walk off, Gabriel snagged her about the waist and pulled her close for a heady kiss that rivaled the sunset for brilliance. For a moment she just let him have his way. It was so sweet to be in his arms once more, so easy to forget that his desire for intimacy didn't stretch beyond the physical. Only when he had her reeling did he let her go. There, he said, his gaze hot on her. That should give you something to consider while you're thinking about whether to accept my suit. Then he sauntered off toward the road as if he hadn't just kissed her into obliviousness. Lord help her. She was in a world of trouble. The man already had her so captivated that she didn't know which way was up. The only way she could come out of this with her heart intact was to shore up her defenses. And she feared it might already be too late for that. Chapter 14. It was still fairly early in the morning when Gabe rode away from Marsbury House the next day. Lyons had invited him and Wheaton to stay for breakfast, but though Gabe knew it made him appear boorish, he had refused. He couldn't stand one more of the Duke's jokes. Because the unfathomable had happened. He had lost. He couldn't remember the last time he had lost a race, and he had injured himself in the process, though not badly. He had followed Wheaton under a tree, and a branch that Wheaton had pushed past had swung back into him with such force it had sliced into his head. The wound was superficial, but it looked a fright. Dried blood and matted hair. Gran and the girls would fuss if they saw it. Still, his wound didn't concern him nearly as much as the fact that he had lost 100 pounds. Damn it to blazes. If he had won, that money would easily have paid for entering Flying Jane in the St. Leger Stakes. Virginia's voice sounded in his head. If. That sounds like a great many ifs. Blasted woman. She was the reason he had lost. Normally, before he raced, a cold calm came over him that allowed him to concentrate on winning, on blotting out the dangers. But today that calm had deserted him, thanks to the thoughts that had churned in his mind ever since yesterday's encounter with the wench. He'd slept badly, spending half of last night wishing he had never embarked upon this idea to court her, and the other half thinking about how she had accused him of building his reputation upon Roger's back. He'd never dreamed she might look at it like that. Enhancing his reputation had never been his intention, but once she had said those words, he'd felt compelled to refute her accusation, and soon she'd been digging things up out of the grave where he had kept them buried for years. A curse escaped him. Why couldn't she let Roger's death stay in the past? And how the blazes was he going to make her stop asking her damned questions? He couldn't tell her what she wanted to know. If he even hinted at the truth, she would refuse to have anything to do with him again. He had some chance of winning her if she didn't know, but no chance at all if she did. And why should he expose himself like that to her or her grandfather or anyone? Let the past remain in the past. That was best for them all. But what if he couldn't make Virginia see that? What if she refused to marry him? Then he'd find someone else. He groaned as he settled his horse into a trot. He didn't want anybody else. He didn't want a demure society chit who tittered behind her fan and said one thing while meaning another. He wanted the sunny-natured vixen who saw to everyone's needs with a brightness that sweetened even the sourest souls on her staff. He wanted the woman whose cheery words calmed the servants, heartened her grandfather, and made Gabe ache, to taste and touch her again, to have her in his arms sighing her pleasure. He might as well admit it. He couldn't think straight for wanting her. Now he knew exactly how the damned studs felt when they scented the mares in heat. All she'd had to do in the past week was slide one of her smiles at him, and his blood rose. The thought of her giving up on him now. No, he wouldn't allow it. He had to make her see that the past didn't matter, that they could start afresh. But he wasn't going to do it by racing every idiot who challenged him. He scowled as Oliver's words drifted into his mind. She lost her brother in a race. She won't want to risk marrying a man she could lose in one. Wager or no wager? Blast it all. She worried about him, incredibly enough. But he couldn't stop the racing until Celia married. What if he and his siblings lost their inheritance? He'd need money, and he knew no other way than by racing. Unless he joined forces with her grandfather, he could be what Roger had been groomed to be before his death, the General's right-hand man. If he was going to marry the General's granddaughter anyway. He sighed. At the moment, that was a big if. Besides, he refused to spend his time and energy building up a stud farm that Devonmont would inherit. He needed his own income, and that meant racing. Virginia would just have to learn to accept it, that's all. He reached the turn that led toward Ealing and reined in. He ought to go home. But then he'd have to tell his blasted family about losing the race. He'd have to endure his idiot brother's jokes about it. And there was the gash on his head. He could try to sneak in and keep his hat on until he could clean his wound. But his family always turned up in the most unlikely places, and they would find his refusal to take off his hat suspicious. The last thing he needed was a bunch of females chiding him for a paltry gash on the head. Besides, the General had wanted his help with taking the yearlings to market. It might not be too late to catch them. He'd rather help the General than deal with his family's questions about the race. The man probably wouldn't even bring it up. He'd be too preoccupied with other concerns. Virginia wouldn't have a chance to ask him about it, either, since he'd be with the General dealing with the livestock. Outside, he'd have no reason to remove his hat, so she wouldn't know he had hurt himself. And he'd get to see her. Not that seeing her had anything to do with his desire to ride over to Waverly Farm. That was just incidental. He snorted as he turned his horse toward Waverly Farm. Incidental. Right. He'd better watch himself. He was becoming besotted, and that wouldn't do. If she guessed it, she would try to wrap him about her finger, and next thing he knew, she'd be commanding him to stop racing. He couldn't keep his heart from pounding as he approached the farm half an hour later. The place looked deserted. No one was in the stable. Not even the grooms, and the General was nowhere to be seen. Blast it all! He'd missed them. But perhaps he could catch up to them on the road. One of the house servants might know which one they had taken. Dismounting, he tied his horse off and strode up to the door. He knocked. No answer. He knocked again, and was about to turn away when he heard a muffled response from inside. When the door swung open, however, it wasn't one of the maids or the footmen standing there. It was Virginia. He sucked in a breath, Her hair was loose about her shoulders, and she wore nothing but a night rail with a thin cotton wrapper over it. Clearly he had awakened her. She rubbed sleep from her eyes. "I thought you had a race." "I did. It's over." "So soon?" "Soon? It's past 9, sweetheart, and we raced at dawn." "Oh, I just got to bed a few hours ago. Molly's sick. That's why I didn't go to the fair. Someone had to stay and take care of her." She blinked. "Wait, it's past 9. I've got to give her more barley water. With her fever, she needs plenty of it." She headed down the hall to the kitchen. He entered and closed the door behind him, then followed her into the kitchen. "Is there no one here to help you with her?" "Poppy had to take everyone to the fair. She and I were both supposed to go, but with us staying here, he needed whoever could attend him." She thrust a glass into his hand. "Hold this." He watched as she filled a bowl with vinegar, but when she went to take the glass from him, he murmured, "I'll carry it for you." With a nod, she hurried up the servant stairs. He followed. Molly's room was on the top floor. It was small but neat, with a cosy rug on the floor and a decent dresser. The windows were open, which made the summer heat bearable. Molly slept in the bed, snoring loudly. Virginia set the glass on the tiny table beside the bed, then laid the back of her hand against Molly's forehead. "Thank heaven, her fever seems to have broken. I won't wake her. I'll just leave the barley water here." Taking the bowl from him, she began to sprinkle vinegar around the room. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Dr. Buchanan says it will refresh the patient." "You brought in a doctor for Molly?" "No, that seemed premature. I suspect she just has an ague, but I refer to Dr. Buchanan's domestic medicine whenever one of us is ill. He gives very sensible advice." Gabe tried to imagine one of the simpering ladies that he met in society poring over a medical book, but he couldn't. About the only thing that lot ever consulted was the ladies' magazine. Setting the half-empty bowl on the dresser, she ushered him out the door. As he followed her down the stairs, she said, "You shouldn't be here." "But I am," he said. "Might as well stay a while." It was dawning on him that he finally had her alone. Molly was clearly not going to be good for much in the next few hours, and if everyone else was gone, this might be his chance to win her. Giles had won Minerva by compromising her. Why shouldn't that work for him? "I could help you with Molly," he said as Virginia hurried down the stairs to the front hall. "I don't need help with Molly." She headed for the front door so fast, he had to catch her by the arm to hold her. "Then I could help you with whatever else you need," he persisted. "The only thing I need right now is to fall into bed." The minute the words left her lips, she blushed. "I mean, I need sleep." He caught her by the chin. "I could help you sleep," he drawled. Her eyes darkened to the troubled blue of a storm-tossed lake as she lifted her hands to push against his chest. "Gabriel!" He kissed her. How could he resist? Fresh from her bed, she looked as wild and wanton as a French opera dancer, yet somehow innocent too, in all that white linen and lace. He wanted to ravish her and cherish her all at the same time. For a moment she remained rigid in his arms, then her arms crept about his waist, and she melted into him like the sweet vixen that she was. Her mouth opened beneath his, and he drove his tongue inside, craving her soft warmth, aching to make her his. He couldn't keep his hands still, not with so much glorious femininity in his grasp, but when he slid them up to cup her breasts, she thrust him away. Her eyes were wide, but not frightened. "You should go." "You don't want me to go." Her quickening breath showed he was right. "It's not wise that you stay." "Since when do you always do what's wise?" She shook her head at him. I haven't made up my mind about you." "Then let me help you with that," he whispered and hauled her into his arms again. This time their kisses went longer, grew hotter, until they were both gasping, and her body was plastered to his. He managed to stay clear of the parts he yearned to touch, but then she flung her arms about his neck, dislodging his hat, and buried her hands in his hair, and drew back with a cry of alarm. "What's this?" Her fingers probed the gash on his head. "You're hurt." Damn it! He'd completely forgotten about that. "It's fine, just a little cut." "You're bleeding." Grabbing him by the arm, she tugged him down the hall and into the kitchen. "Honestly, Virginia, it's nothing." "Sit down," she ordered. "That is not nothing." When he hesitated, she added more firmly, "Sit down before I make you sit down." He let out a laugh and she glowered at him. He dropped into a chair. "I had no idea you were so bossy." "What choice do I have when faced with fools like you and Poppy?" She poured some water from a pitcher over a rag. "Nothing indeed. You men always say that while you're trailing blood and sporting broken bones." Still grumbling, she came over to sponge his wound. "Looks like you've got a piece of wood in there. We have to get that out." She left his side to fetch what she needed. "What did you do? Run into a tree?" "Oh, you could say that." He was rather enjoying having her fuss over him, until she came back and probed his head with the point of a paring knife. "Good God Almighty!" he muttered under his breath. "Can't you do that less vigorously?" "I'm only trying to help," she said primly. "You seem to be enjoying it just a little too much." "No more than you enjoying risking your life for a few pounds," she snapped. A clink sounded as she dropped something into a tin bowl. He peered into it to see a sizable splinter of wood. "And you claim this wouldn't be a dangerous race," she muttered as she dabbed at his wound. "Every race you run is dangerous. It's the only kind you know. I dare say you gave your mother fits when you were a child, running into things and playing with sharp sticks." She drew back to assess the gash. "Sweet Lord, do you realize how close this is to your eye?" "Not that close," he protested. "You could have gouged your eye out. The wound won't stop bleeding, so I'll have to treat it with something. Take off everything down to your waist." "I beg your pardon?" She was already bustling off to a chest in the corner. "I don't want to ruin your clothes." It was clear from her no-nonsense demeanour that she meant that, and only that. With a sigh, he untied his cravat, then rose to peel off his coat, waistcoat, and shirt. Meanwhile, she rummaged through the chest. "It's a wonder you didn't rip off an ear, although that might have been a good thing. Might have made you think twice the next time you set out to kill yourself for a foolish wager." She stopped to glare at him. "Was that £100 worth nearly killing yourself?" He scowled as he tossed his clothes onto the table. "Actually, I didn't win." Her eyes widened. "But you never lose." "Don't remind me," he grumbled, dropping back into the chair. "What happened?" "What do you mean, what happened? He outrode me." He'd be damned if he told her it was because he'd been thinking of her. But if he thought his loss would gain him her sympathy, he was vastly mistaken. "That makes it even worse." Plucking a stoppered bottle out of the chest, she brought it and a rag over to him. "You lost £100 risking your life. Now you have a gash on your head that might still kill you." "Don't be ridiculous. I won't die from a little scratch." "Little scratch my eye." She poured some liquid over the wound. "Ow!" he protested as it dripped onto his shoulder and she sponged it away with a rag. "What the hell is that?" "Spirits of wine to stop the bleeding. Now hold that on there." Pressing the rag to his head, she put his hand on it. "I'm going to fetch some sticking plaster." He grabbed her by the arm. "Absolutely not. I'd be the laughingstock of London. Bandage it if you must, but I suppose you think a bandage would look more dashing. Fire blazed in her eyes. So now I have to hunt up some black linen to wrap around your idiot head so it'll match your black— She broke off. Wait a minute. Her eyes scanned him, then darted to the pile of clothes on the table. When she lifted her gaze to meet his, her anger had been replaced by shock. You're not wearing black.
Chapter 15. Virginia couldn't believe she hadn't noticed before, but she was certainly noticing now. He wore fawn-coloured buckskin breeches, and on the table lay a chocolate-brown coat, a buff waistcoat, a white linen shirt, and a snowy cravat. "What happened to your black shirt?" she asked. He looked suddenly uncomfortable. "I got tired of it." A lump caught in her throat. "And the rest of your black clothes? You got tired of those too?" He shrugged. "I figured it was time to give it a rest, that's all." There was more to it than that, and they both knew it. He'd stopped wearing black because of what she'd said yesterday. She couldn't believe it. He'd made such an enormous change for her. If he could do that after so many years, then might he eventually do more? Might he even let her into that wary heart of his one day? Trying to regain control of her feelings, she murmured, "You look good and brown." His darkening gaze sent a shaft of need straight to her belly and below. Even with his hand on his head reminding her of his wound, she couldn't keep from reacting to his nearness. It had been 2 days since he had caught her in the stable. 2 days since he had woven his spell about her. It felt like forever. It felt like a second. "You look good and white," he rasped. Sweet Lord, she had completely forgotten how inappropriately she was dressed. He reached up with his free hand to untie her wrapper, then open it and slide it off her shoulders. It swished down to crumple at her feet, leaving her in only her night rail, her flimsy, semi-transparent night rail. She couldn't let him do this. She had sworn not to give in to him until he was willing to share his secrets. Yet here she was, already half naked with him, her blood heating and her pulse stammering and her body yearning to have him. No, she had to get away from him, to gain some air. "I'll go get a bandage for your head. I think I have some cloth I can use." Scooping up her wrapper, she hastened to the door. If she just had a moment to think, to put proper clothes on, so she didn't feel so exposed. "Virginia, wait!" he cried, but she ignored him as she hurried out and raced up the stairs. In her bedchamber she stood staring blankly into space, fighting for equilibrium, her wrapper still clutched in her hand. If she weren't careful, she just might— "Are you running away from me, sweetheart?" Gabriel asked from behind her. She whirled to find him standing in the open doorway. She hadn't expected him to follow her. "What are you doing here?" When he stepped inside and closed the door, a thrill shot through her, equal parts alarm and excitement. Naked from the waist up, he looked sinful and dangerous. Deliciously dangerous. "You shouldn't be in my bedroom," she said, attempting to sound firm. He scanned her room. "This isn't what I expected." She followed his gaze to the bed coverings of red damask that she'd made out of fabric belonging to her late mother, and the golden patterned wallpaper that she had put up herself. She was rather proud of her bedroom. "Why not?" she asked offensively. "After a week of watching you here at the farm, I thought your room would be more plain and practical." He gave a rueful laugh. "I should have known better. You have a romantic streak running through you as wide as that fancy rug you're standing on." She sniffed. "If you don't like my room—" "Ah, but I do. It suits you. The inner sanctum of Miss Virginia Waverly. On the outside is the efficient lady of the manor running the farmhouse. On the inside is the bold enchantress who challenges men to races and spies on them in stables. His voice deepened and tempts them to riot. With stark hunger in his eyes, he pushed away from the door. Who knew that beneath the crisp linen and starched apron lay so much velvet and lace? She swallowed. Why must he be the only man who ever saw that, who truly understood her? And you claim you're not a poet? I guess you bring it out of me. His eyes took a slow, intimate survey of her thinly clad body, making her blood clamour with need, the same way I bring out the recklessness in you. This is too reckless, even for me, she said in a vain attempt at protest. I doubt that. Anyway, I just came to tell you that I don't need a bandage. Dropping into the nearest chair, he tapped his head. See for yourself. Warily she approached him, keeping well to the side as she peered at his head. She moved a lock of his hair to get a better look. He was right. The wound had stopped bleeding and was crusting over. He caught her hand and brought it to his lips. With his gaze on hers, he kissed the back of her hand, so gently that it stopped her breath in her throat. Then he turned her hand over to kiss her palm, and next, her wrist. Her pulse jumped into a frenzy beneath his lips. Don't, she whispered, tugging her hand free and turning to walk away. Snagging her about the waist, he pulled her down onto his lap. What do you think you're doing? She said hoarsely as she struggled against his grip. You shouldn't. Do you want to know the real reason I lost the race today? He growled against her ear. She stilled, her heart in her throat. With her back to him she couldn't see his face, but she could feel his arousal beneath her bottom, and it was stoking her own desire. He reached up to unbutton her nightdress, and she let him, even when he parted the edges to expose her breasts. I lost because my concentration was shattered. My mind was elsewhere. He covered one bare breast with his hand. On you. On how badly I wanted you. How badly I wanted to be here with you. A deep need seized her that wouldn't be denied. She wanted him here with her. Perish his soul. He fondled her breast, and a sigh of pleasure left her lips. So, she gasped, you're blaming me for your loss? Something like that. Though if you'd been standing at the end of the course dressed like this, I promise I would have won. A purely feminine delight swirled through her. She tried to tell herself they were the practiced words of a practiced seducer. But she no longer believed it. Not after seeing his agony yesterday. Gabriel was many things, but a vain flatterer wasn't one of them. He filled both hands with her breasts, teasing the nipples until she grew all fuzzy and agitated inside. Nothing this wonderful had ever happened to her, and while she shouldn't indulge him or herself, she wanted to badly. So very badly. He slowly dragged her nightdress up her thighs so he could slip his hand beneath it. His breath came hot against her ear. You're not wearing any drawers. She blushed. I never do when I sleep. I'll have to catch you in your nightdress more often. His hand found the place between her legs where she felt damp and warm and eager, and he rubbed it deliciously. When he slid his finger inside her, she let out a gasp. It was every bit as luscious as when he had used his tongue on her in the stable. Are you trying to seduce me, sir? She whispered. Absolutely. Is it working? Of course it was working. He was devilish good at this sort of thing. Certainly not. His husky chuckle made her heart flip over in her chest. Then I'll have to try harder. Oh dear. That might be her undoing. But it was so enticing to have him touch her everywhere, one hand caressing her breast as the other fondled her below. The man had a talent for seduction that was downright diabolical. "You should not— we cannot—" "We can, and we will." He pressed a hot, open-mouthed kiss to her neck. "You're going to marry me, after all. Who cares if we consummate the marriage early?" She stiffened. "I have not agreed to marry you." "Yes, you're being stubborn about that." He stroked her deeply, making her squirm, making her want more. "That's why I must resort to such tactics." "You just want to gain your fortune," she accused, though she didn't really believe that anymore. He paused. "If that fear is all that keeps you from marrying me, I can solve that problem right now. I'll give up my fortune. As long as I marry, Gram will be satisfied and not cut off the others. I'll just tell her to split my portion among my siblings." Shocked, she turned on his lap so she could gaze into his face. He would really give up his inheritance for her? "You're joking." His expression of solemn sincerity shook her to her toes. "The money means nothing to me." "Even if it would enable you to reach your dream?" "I can reach my dream without it." Her heart constricted. "By racing for wages, you mean?" Something glinted in his eyes. "Without the inheritance, I'll need the racing to support us." "I'd rather you kept the inheritance." "Careful, sweetheart," he murmured, "or I'll think you're marrying me for the money." Annoyed, she pushed at his chest. "And what else would I be marrying you for, you troublesome lout?" A dark smile curved his lips. "For this." Then he was kissing her, hot and deep and slow, and all the while he fondled her, rousing her to a fever pitch below. She squirmed, then tore her mouth from his so she could catch her breath. Except that she couldn't. Bending her back over his arm, he moved his mouth to suck at her breast while his hand deftly caressed her, seeming to know what she needed before she knew it. "I want you, sweetheart," he growled against her breast. "I want to make love to you. Will you let me?" A sensible woman would say no. Once she gave herself to him, there was no going back. They'd have to marry. And he still kept much of himself locked behind a door with no knob. But he'd stopped wearing black for her. He was willing to give up his fortune. It was more than she'd hoped for. And the only other choice, to send him away now and draw out this courtship until she was more sure of him, didn't appeal to her either. She couldn't endure more days of poppies hovering, with Gabriel so near, yet so inaccessible. She was tired of giving everyone else what they wanted and never taking something for herself. She was tired of endlessly yearning for her own home and family, for a husband of her own. What Gabriel proposed wasn't perfect, but what was? And part of her was sure that one day he would let her in. He'd already let her in further than she had hoped. She gazed into his fathomless eyes. All right. With a fierce growl of satisfaction, he set her on the floor so he could tug off his boots and toss them aside. Then he rose to drag her nightdress off her shoulders. It slithered down her body, leaving her naked as a birch in winter. His eyes drank her in, dark, searing, and worshipful. "You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." "I know there are a great many beautiful women in your circle," she whispered, torn between the urge to believe him and her fear that she lacked the physical attributes to hold a rogue like him. He laughed. "Contrary to popular opinion, my circle is mostly horses and the men who race them. I stay out of respectable society as much as possible, and the few women I have met there are either boring, stupid, or both. You are neither."
And the women who aren't in society? You must be used to bedding women who have—" She gazed down at her breasts and swallowed. "Bigger, curves." With a scowl, he tugged her close. "Don't you dare malign your curves. They're perfect. You're perfect." He bent his head to kiss each of her breasts. "I lie awake at night thinking of these beauties. And I dare say that once we marry and you're presented in society, I won't be the only one doing so. Half the men of the ton are going to envy me, my wife, and the other half are going to try to seduce her." "Don't be silly." He was being outrageous, and she loved it. "I'm serious." He lifted his hands to smooth her hair over her shoulders. "Thank God you never had a season, or some other fellow would have snapped you up before I could." She couldn't resist teasing him. Perhaps one of them still will. The possessive light that flared in his face made her throat go raw. "Oh no, you lost your chance at that, vixen. You're going to belong to me now. Only me." Pierce's accusation that day at the maze came into her mind. "Once you get your hands on your grandmother's money, you'll be spending every night in the stews." Gabriel hadn't exactly denied it. "And you?" she asked softly. "Will you belong to me, and only me?" Pain flashed in his features. "My father's infidelity destroyed my mother, and quite possibly caused their deaths. I promise you that the one thing I will never be is unfaithful. I wouldn't put you through that." The words had the feel of a vow. They were as close to words of love as she'd heard from him. Not that she was even sure of her own feelings. Still, it was nice that he cared so much. She let out a breath. "So when do I get to see you naked?" He blinked, then released her to swiftly dispense with the rest of his clothes. Then he stood back with that cocky grin of his. "Happy now?" As his flesh sprang up, thick and long and hairy at the base, she caught her breath. Happy? Fascinated, more like. Who would have guessed that his thing would be so long? She'd spent some time thinking about the subject, having seen many a horse's appendage, but horses and men weren't as alike as she'd thought. It seemed to bob beneath her gaze, as if liking the attention. "Does it hurt when it sticks out like that?" she asked. "No." His voice sounded strained. "Not when I'm naked anyway. It's a bit uncomfortable in clothes." "Can I touch it?" she asked. "God, yes," he ground out. Seizing her hand, he closed it about his flesh. That was interesting. It twitched when she held it, as if her hand agitated it. Smooth and hard, it was rather like the leather-bound handle of a crop, only bigger, much bigger, and growing even bigger the more she stroked it. "Doesn't it give you trouble when you ride?" "Not usually," he bit out. "How large does it get?" "Large enough," he growled. "That's no kind of answer." Next thing she knew, she was flat on her back on the bed, and he was on top of her, staring hungrily down into her face. "A man can only bear a certain amount of teasing, Virginia." "I was just curious about—" "I know," he said, then forced a smile. "But much more of your curiosity, and this would have been over before it started." "What do you mean?" He slid his knee between her legs, parting them so he could kneel between them. "Just trust me when I say I need to be inside you. Now." Apparently men did have one thing in common with horses. Impatience. She was feeling a bit impatient herself. As he began fondling her again between the legs, the restlessness returned that she had felt in the stable. Then he was kissing her, roughly, savagely, and it was so delicious that she almost forgot he was naked and she was naked, and he was about to take her innocence, until something larger than his finger pressed into her. She really was going to do this. She really was letting him make her his. She ought to feel panicked. She ought to be afraid. Instead, a glorious excitement swelled through her. Even the thick pressure of him forging up inside her couldn't quell it. This was what she'd been yearning for. This reckless act. This heady joining with a man who made her feel alive for once. Who made her feel like a woman, not just a female who looked after everyone's needs. He dragged his mouth from hers to whisper, "I don't suppose I have to tell you about the pain." "No." She buried her fingers in his hair, careful not to touch his wound. "But it doesn't feel that bad." "Good," he rasped, "because it feels amazing to me. Even better than I imagined." She gazed shyly into his face. "Did you really lie in bed thinking of my, bosom?" He inched farther in, sweat beading his brow. "Sweetheart, if you knew just how often, you'd slap the tar out of me." The admission pleased her. She figured she owed him an admission of her own. "I thought of you too." Raw heat suffused his face. "Like this." "No, silly." She shifted a little under him, seeking a more comfortable position, and he slid into her more deeply. She caught her breath. "But after I saw you half naked that day in the stable." He gave a strained laugh. "I was right. In your soul, you're a seductress." She should be insulted, but she wasn't. "I do believe I might be." "Then hold on, because you're about to be a seductress in truth." And with that, he drove into her. A gasp escaped her, but it was more in surprise than pain. She'd felt a pinch, nothing more. "Are you all right?" "I think so," she said, too embarrassed to admit that she felt fine. There was a pressure and a certain awkwardness about having him thrust up inside her, but nothing like what she'd expected. "Ready for more, my wife-to-be?" he asked in a husky voice. One hand fondled her breast as he held himself off her with his other. Lord, but he was strong. "Oh, yes." "Thank God," he growled. He began to slide out of her and back in slow, easy strokes. At first it felt quite peculiar, but when he bent to kiss her, thrusting his tongue inside her mouth, she giggled. He tore his lips from hers. "And what do you find so amusing?" "I just realized why you kiss that way. It mimics what we're doing." His eyes gleamed at her. "Not entirely." "No," she said. "Not entirely." While the kissing was always marvelous, it hardly compared to the strange heat building between her legs as he drove in and pulled out, over and over and over. Some instinct made her draw her knees up just as he thrust deep, and an intense pleasure pierced her. "Oh!" she cried. "Oh, Gabriel!" He gave a hoarse chuckle. "Like that, do you?" Deliberately he plunged deeply into her, provoking the same sensation as before. She cried out, then blushed. "Lord, help me! I suppose I'm some sort of wanton." "No," he nuzzled her cheek. "Just a woman in the throes of desire. Thank God, because I ache for you every night and every day." "So do I," she admitted, feeling more free to explore now that they'd fallen into a steady rhythm. She ran her hands over the taut muscles of his shoulders. "You feel so firm." He choked back a laugh. "I should hope so. And you feel like silk. Sweet, hot silk." She swept her hands over his chest, enjoying the play of muscles beneath her fingers. He was such a fine figure of a man. Was it wrong of her to love that about him? He tweaked her nipple and sent a tremor through her to join with the others quaking up from below. The tremors were all twisting together now, making her ache and yearn and shake beneath his glorious thrusting. Sweet Lord, this was beyond desire. This was him and her, locked together, headed for the future. She stared up into his hot gaze and felt her heart breaking open to let him in. As if he saw her feelings in her eyes, he rasped, "Remember, you belong to me. Only me." "And you to me. Only me," she echoed. "Forever." His eyes widened, but the words seemed to push him over the edge, for he plunged deep one last time and they erupted together. His body filled hers with his essence as hers shattered so powerfully that she could only hold on to him while the earthquake racked her body. And he rode it out with her, his scent and taste and touch filling her as he collapsed atop her with a groan. That's when she realized she'd fallen in love with him. Her wild, tempestuous lord was the only man who'd ever seen into her soul. He was also the only man she had ever let close enough to hurt her. Now she could only pray to God that he never did. Chapter 16. Gabe lay beside Virginia in the aftermath of their love-making, panic gripping his heart. Forever. How was it that he hadn't thought of it that way until she'd said it? He'd been so focused on making sure he got what he wanted, making sure he got her, that he hadn't stopped to think what he was getting. A wife. Forever. Someone depending on him forever. Someone who needed him more than anyone ever had. Turning onto his side so he could gaze down at her, he saw the blood smearing her thighs. That only increased his panic. He had taken his future bride, and now he was responsible for her. Forever. He had never considered having a forever, because death could end forever in one beat of the heart. He had skated close to death so many times that future and forever had meant nothing to him. Now they had to mean something. Then why marry if you're just going to make some woman a widow? He'd ignored the words when she had said them, but he couldn't ignore them now. Having a wife changed everything. He couldn't win races if he had to worry about dying and leaving a widow behind. Just look at what had happened this morning. A cold chill shook him. How could he support a wife if he didn't get his inheritance and he couldn't win races? Virginia stared up at him with a tremulous smile, and something clutched at his chest. God save him. What if he couldn't take care of her? It was too late to consider that now. He'd ruined her. They had to marry. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Marvelous." The trust in her eyes made his throat go dry. His anxiety must have shown, for her joy abruptly faded. "But you don't look so good." He forced a smile. "I was just worried that I hurt you too much." She relaxed. "You didn't." He buried his fear beneath a joke. "Because we could always do it over, and I could try to improve on it." A laugh burst out of her. "If you improved on that any more, I'd perish from the pleasure." "Death by pleasure," he said. "I could arrange that. I am the angel of death, you know." The minute her eyes turned sad, he wanted to kick himself. What an idiotic thing to say. "What does that make me?" she asked, perfectly serious. "Mrs. Angel of Death?" "Of course not." He shifted onto his back, staring up at the lush red damask of her tester bed.
It's just a stupid nickname. One I hope to be rid of soon.
How, if you intend to keep racing? Clearly he wasn't the only one considering such matters.
I'll think of something.
And he would too. He wasn't going to let her worries about him, or any foolish fears he felt right now over the possibility of leaving her a widow, alter his plans for the future. He changed the subject.
How soon can we be married? Shall I ask the General for your hand when he returns from the fair?
Lord, no. It was her turn to look alarmed. She sat up and dragged the sheet over herself. If he found you here and had any inkling that we'd been alone in the house together, he'd skewer you on his cavalry sword.
You're not worried about Molly telling him?
She'd have to wake up and find you here, and that's unlikely. Her fever may have broken, but she was sleeping hard. She won't rouse for a few hours yet. Even if she does, she won't leave her bed if she doesn't have to. She'll take the opportunity to get some rest. Lord knows we don't get much of it around here these days.
Yes, I've seen how hard you work. All the more reason we should marry quickly. Then I could move in and start helping.
You're helping already. She cast him a plaintive look. And why be in such a hurry to marry? You've got a few months yet before your grandmother's deadline.
If you think I'll wait months, sneaking around to see you, never being able to do more than touch your hand in public, you're out of your mind.
He sat up to loop his arm about her shoulders.
I want to claim you as my wife. I don't want to wait.
She let out a frustrated breath. Neither do I. But you have to give me the chance to break it to Poppy gently. He'll claim that you're only marrying me to gain your fortune.
And you'll tell him that I'm giving it up. For you.
Don't be ridiculous. It was lovely of you to offer, but I don't want you doing such a fool thing. The money will enable us to live more freely. She cast him a quick glance. And it will help keep you from racing.
He said nothing. She was right, but only if Celia married too, and that was by no means certain.
So I have to convince Poppy that you're worthy of me, even with the matter of the fortune. Besides, he still has the daft notion that Pierce and I are going to marry. The shaft of jealousy that arrowed to his heart took him by surprise.
I suppose Devonmont has the same daft notion?
She laughed. My cousin has no illusions on that score, believe me. Turning her face up to his, she kissed his cheek. But it's sweet of you to be jealous.
Sweet, he grumbled. If he ever kisses you again as he did when he left, the throttling I give him will be anything but sweet.
Pierce could use the throttling. He gets away with far too much. Her eyes gleamed at him. As do you. He shifted to face her.
Which is why you should marry me right away, before I get into any more trouble.
Tempting as that sounds, she said dryly, I need some time to prepare Poppy.
Gabe scowled at her. How much?
A few days at least.
1 day.
Gabriel!
I mean it. When I come here Monday, I'll be coming with a marriage proposal, and if you don't say yes, I'll throw you over my shoulder and carry you off on my trusty steed.
A laugh sputtered out of her. I should like to see that. Then Poppy really would come after you with his cavalry sword.
You'd have to catch me first, and I'm very quick on horseback.
Her gaze turned sultry. Except when you're thinking of me, like today.
He smiled ruefully. You don't forget anything I say, do you?
Not when it's something as sweet as that. She leaned up to kiss him, and he cupped her head in his hands to lengthen the kiss. Within seconds it grew heated, and to his surprise he found himself hardening again. God, she already had him slavering after her like a blood-crazed stallion. He'd better watch his step, or he'd be as besotted with her as his brothers were with their wives. And that would be a mistake. Unlike his brothers, if he didn't gain his inheritance, he had no way to live except by racing, so he couldn't let himself become so drawn in that her worries altered his plans. But it was difficult to stay aloof when the only woman who had ever fired his blood and his mind was rousing him to madness. About that offer to do it over, she whispered with her enchantress's smile. "You're not too sore?" he asked as he filled his hand with her breast. "Why don't we find out?" That was all it took to have him pressing her back down. All right, so he had no self-control when it came to her in his bed. That didn't mean he was besotted. It merely meant he was the same randy fellow as always. He just happened to prefer satisfying his urges with her, and this time he would drive from her mind the memory of her uncomfortable deflowering. He might not be able to keep her happy anywhere else, but he could certainly do it here, in the bedchamber. So he devoted all his extensive experience with women to making her crazed by desire. By the time he plunged into her again, he had made sure she was begging him for it, meeting him thrust for thrust, shimmying her perfect little body beneath him exactly as a wife with a taste for passion should. And he forced himself to wait until she was climaxing before he allowed himself the same release. It was every bit as wonderful as the first time, and even better, since he didn't have to worry about hurting her. Afterward, they both fell into a doze, since neither of them had slept much the night before. It seemed like only moments passed before someone was shaking him. "Gabriel, you have to get out of here." The panic in Virginia's voice roused him fully awake. "What?" "We slept too long. It's nearly nightfall. Poppy will be driving up any minute, and if he sees your mount in front—" "Right." He forced his sluggish limbs to move, forced himself out of the bed. She thrust his drawers at him. "You have to get dressed." And here I was planning to ride home naked, he quipped as he tugged on his drawers. "This is no time to joke," she said, urgency in her voice. "Gabriel, please." All right. He hurried into his clothes. "But once we're married, sweetheart, I'm never going to be rushed out of your arms, or your bed, again." That at least made her smile. "I should hope not." He drew her to him for a hard, quick kiss, made all the quicker when she shoved him away. She scowled at him. "If you get murdered by Poppy because you were doing fool things like kissing me, I'll never forgive you." She looked so adorably worried that he kissed her again. "Gabriel!" she protested. He winked, not the least perturbed. "Don't worry about me, Vixen. I cheat death. It's what I do, what I've done more times than I can count." Her troubled expression deepened. "That only means your luck might run out any day." The words sent a chill down his spine that he tried to shrug off. Gran had been saying that for years, and so far it hadn't happened. Still, as he dressed and hurried down the stairs, he couldn't ignore a deep feeling of foreboding. But that didn't stop him from pausing in the entrance hall to draw Virginia close for a searing kiss. "I meant what I said earlier," he murmured as he took one last glance at her reddened mouth and thinly clad form. "I'll be here Monday, come hell or high water. She'd best make sure that the General knows it." "I will. I promise." She touched his head where his wound was. "Take care of this, will you? And try not to get yourself hurt in any more races." Heartened by the fact that she hadn't asked him not to race at all, he nodded. Within moments, he was on the road and headed back for Halstead Hall. He did have one scare about 3 miles from the farm. A coach was coming up the road ahead of him. Fortunately, he saw it in time to pull off into some trees. Thank God he had, for as it rumbled past, he saw that it was the General's carriage. That was a little too close for comfort. If the General had seen him on this road, he would have guessed that Gabe had been to the farmhouse. Much as Gabe wanted to marry Virginia right away, he understood her desire to have her grandfather's blessing. Besides, there was no point in antagonizing the old man. They quite possibly would be living in each other's pockets for a while, at least until Gabe's inheritance was freed up. If it was freed up. That thought gave way to thoughts of their future and how it should be managed, which preoccupied him all the way back to Holstead Hall. He was so engrossed that he didn't notice the hue and cry that went up when he neared the stables. But when Jarrett came striding out, face wrought with worry, it brought Gabe up short. "Where the devil have you been?" Jarrett growled as Gabe dismounted. That put Gabe instantly on alert. "Why?" "The last thing we heard from one of the grooms, you'd gone out to race Wheaton at Lyons's property." Jarrett's voice held an edge. "So when Pinter came with his news—" "What news?" Gabe asked sharply. Jarrett ignored him. "I rode over to Lyons's to fetch you, but he said you'd left hours before, and with a head wound too. We've been scouring the countryside for you, assuming that you'd fallen into a ditch somewhere from loss of blood." "Oh, for God's sake," Gabe snapped. "It was a scratch, nothing more." Oliver came up just then. "That's not what Lyons said. I've had men riding the route, looking for you." "We even checked all the taverns in Ealing," Jarrett added. "Well, I'm here now," Gabe snapped. He wasn't about to tell them where he'd been. "So would someone please tell me what the bloody hell Pinter's news is?" "Benny May has been found." Gabe gaped at Jarrett. "Good. Is Pinter going to talk to him?" "I'm afraid that's impossible," Oliver said. "Benny was found dead." Dragging in a harsh breath, Gabe turned to stare blindly at the stables. A million thoughts jumbling together. Once again, someone connected to him had died, and though he knew it had nothing to do with him, it still felt as if it did. "How?" he asked hoarsely. Jarrett and Oliver exchanged glances. Then Jarrett softened his tone. "We're not sure, but there's some indication it might have been foul play." "The constable in Woburn remembered Pinter having asked about Benny a couple of weeks ago," Oliver explained. "So when the body of a man the right size, with the right hair colour, turned up in the woods near there, he sent word to Pinter. He's holding the body until Pinter can be there for the inquest." Gabe swung his gaze back to them. "I want to be there too." "We thought you might," Jarrett said. "Oliver can't leave the estate right now, but you and I can accompany Pinter. He's at his office giving instructions to his clerk about his other cases. We're to meet him there as soon as you're ready to go." "I can be ready in minutes." Gabe strode toward the house. It was only after he had reached his bedchamber that it dawned on him. There was no way in hell he could get to Woburn, witness an inquest, since they wouldn't do it on a Sunday, and get back home by Monday to be at Waverly Farm. It would be Tuesday at the earliest. Damn it to blazes! Well, it couldn't be helped. He wasn't about to miss being at Benny May's inquest. If it was murder, that might mean that his parents' deaths really had been more than they seemed, and that he had lost his chance to learn who the mysterious man in the stables had been. But he had to get a message to Virginia. Annabelle happened to come down the hall at that moment, and an idea occurred to him. "Annabelle, would you do me a favor?" "Of course." "Here's what I need." Chapter 17. "How was church?" Poppy asked Virginia when she came into the dining room. He'd clearly been reading the paper as he awaited her return, but now that she was home, he motioned to the footman to serve dinner. She sat down and removed her gloves. "Church was fine." Poppy never went to services. He hadn't gone since Roger's death, having apparently blamed God for that. She understood his feelings, but she wasn't brave enough to stay home herself. People talked about them and their troubles with the farm enough already. No point in having the whole town consider them godless heathens too. Especially when she felt like a godless heathen, sitting in church and fearing she might be struck by lightning any minute. After what she had done with Gabriel yesterday, she must have been mad to show up in a house of God. Still, she couldn't regret her fallen state. Since she and Gabriel were to be married anyway, what they had done wasn't too awful, was it? And she needed to tell Poppy that she meant to marry Gabriel. How the dickens was she going to do that? The footmen brought out their weekly roast beef and turnips, and she and Poppy made small talk as they ate. There had to be some way to bring up Gabriel without sending Poppy into a fit of temper.
"By the way,"
Poppy said as he finished off a large portion of gooseberry cream,
"one of the yearlings fetched a fine price at the fair yesterday. So if you'd like a few new gowns, we should be able to manage it. Can't have you looking dowdy when you marry Pierce."
Her heart sank. "I'm not marrying Pierce." He rose and crossed the room to pour himself a tot of brandy.
"Of course you are. It's the perfect arrangement. You marry Pierce, he inherits the farm, the two of you can live here and run it together."
"Pierce? Run the farm?" she snorted. "He can't tell the difference between a grass shoe and a frost shoe, and the only haunch he cares about is the pork he eats for Sunday dinner." An uneasy look crossed Poppy's face.
"Still, you'd have a home with him, even if you lived on the estate in Hertfordshire."
"You mean the one he can't stand to live on himself?" She often wondered why that was. It had something to do with her aunt, Pierce's mother, but she wasn't sure what. He clearly avoided his childhood home. He did his duty by it, but no more.
"Then you'll live here and someone else will run the place,"
Poppy said, clearly exasperated.
"It doesn't matter where you live, as long as you're together."
He shot her a long look.
"As long as you're taken care of."
"I can't marry him," she said softly. "He's like a brother to me. It would never work."
"It will if you give it a chance."
There was a note of desperation in his voice now.
"Come, lambkin, he's eager to marry you."
A curse upon Pierce and his nonsense. She should never have let him carry it so far. "Pierce is no more eager to marry me than I am him, Poppy." He faced her with a scowl.
"Then why did he propose?"
"To annoy Lord Gabriel, that's all. You know Pierce. He likes to tease."
"You're wrong, I tell you. Pierce would never—" "Sir?"
said the footman from the doorway.
"There's a visitor for Miss Waverly."
She gazed at the footman in surprise. Poppy scowled.
"Who is it?"
Lady Jarrett Sharpe."
"Damned Sharpes. They're all invading us now."
He drained his brandy glass.
"I suppose she brought the rest of them with her too."
"No, sir. Only a footman." "Send her in," Virginia said at the same time that Poppy snapped.
"Tell her Miss Waverly is indisposed."
"Poppy!" Virginia jumped to her feet. "Don't you dare tell her that. Honestly, what is wrong with you? Do you want to cut me off from every female companion?" He looked guilty.
"Of course not. But it's Sunday, and early besides. Why, we've barely finished eating. It's not proper."
She snorted, as if you've ever been concerned about propriety before. "She's probably here to give me instructions for home brewing. Lord Gabriel promised to have his sister-in-law help me with it, and obviously he made good on his promise."
"And got another ally to help plead his case," he grumbled. "That's the real reason she's here, to make him sound good. There's no point in that if you're marrying Pierce."
Actually, Virginia suspected that the woman was here for something else entirely. It would be just like Gabriel to send a message through one of his relations. It would have to be covert, however, since unmarried ladies weren't allowed to receive letters from gentlemen unless their families approved. Whatever her reason, I have a right to entertain whom I please whenever I please. She stared him down. Unless you've decided to start keeping me prisoner here.
Don't be a ninny, he grumbled. I just don't think anything good can come of your associating with those Sharpes.
The footman still stood there, waiting to see the outcome of the argument. Virginia turned to him and said, "Please show Lady Jarrett into the drawing-room, and tell cook to bring us some tea and lemon tarts." As soon as the footman was gone, she headed for the door. "You needn't join us. Our talk is sure to bore you." His eyes narrowed on her.
If you think I'm leaving you alone with any Sharpe, you're out of your mind.
She forced a shrug. "Suit yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you when we start talking about ale recipes." Poppy poured himself another brandy, and she hid a smile. Perhaps she wouldn't have to worry about him interfering after all. With 2 brandies in his belly, he'd be unable to keep his eyes open. They could talk while he napped in his favourite chair. Moments later, she breezed into the drawing-room with a smile. "How lovely it is to see you again, my lady," she said, holding out her hands. But before Lady Jarrett could take them, Poppy said,
"Lady Jarrett?"
and sketched a bow.
"What brings you all the way to Waverly Farm so early on a Sunday?"
If Lady Jarrett noticed her grandfather's pointed remark about her chosen time for visiting, she gave no indication. "First, I came to pass on a message to you both. My husband and Gabriel were called away on a matter of family business late last night, so my brother-in-law won't be able to be here tomorrow to help you with the farm." As Virginia sought to hide her disappointment, Poppy muttered,
"I'm not surprised. The man was bound to tire of this sort of work eventually."
Fire glinted briefly in Lady Jarrett's eyes before she banished it with a smile. "Actually, he wanted me to say that he expects to be here Tuesday morning, first thing. By then they should have completed their business."
"Well then,"
Poppy said,
"you've given the message. I'm sure you're eager to return home, so—"
"Oh no, I had another purpose for coming as well. Gabriel said your granddaughter wanted advice concerning home brewing, so I've come to talk to her about that. You see, Poppy?" Virginia gestured to a nearby settee. "Do take a seat, my lady. Please, I was just a miss until I married Jarrett, and it still feels odd to be called my lady. I'd prefer you call me Annabel. And please, call me Virginia." With a furtive glance at Poppy, she added, "We may soon be family, after all."
"Over my dead body," Poppy growled.
Annabel blinked. "I beg your pardon?" Poppy sat on the settee, making it impossible for Virginia and Annabel to sit next to each other, as Virginia had planned. If Annabel did have a private message for her from Gabriel, Virginia was going to have a devil of a time retrieving it without Poppy noticing. "Please excuse my grandfather's rudeness." Virginia gave Poppy a hard stare. "He doesn't approve of Lord Gabriel as a husband for me, so he's doing his best to annoy you. And me." With a laugh, Annabel perched on a chair near the settee. "He'll have to do better than that. I live with Mrs. Plumtree, who has perfected the fine art of annoying suitors and their families. She put Mr. Masters through his paces very well when he was courting Lady Minerva." Poppy seemed to sit a little straighter.
"That's because she has the good sense to know that a man must have more than a handsome face and a sly tongue to woo a lady."
"Yes, he must have property in Hertfordshire," Virginia retorted as she sat down across from Annabel. When the woman looked blank, Virginia added, "Poppy wants me to marry my cousin."
"Not because of the money,"
Poppy protested. "No," Virginia said archly. "You haven't given me any other good reasons."
"Lord Gabriel's a scoundrel."
"So is Pierce, and he too has a handsome face and a sly tongue."
"But he cares for you,"
Poppy snapped. "So does my brother-in-law," Annabel put in. You should hear how he speaks of Virginia at home. He calls her the lively marshal of your farm. He says that your inadequate staff may march to her beat like any crack regiment, but they do it with a smile on their lips and a spring in their step. That made Virginia go all soft and wobbly inside. He truly said that? Poppy jumped up from the settee.
I'm not going to let him use you to spout his idle flattery, Lady Jarrett.
Annabel blinked. It's not idle flattery, I assure you, sir. It was to him, Virginia thought with a pang. Please, Poppy. You're embarrassing me. She used the soft voice that usually calmed his quick temper. I don't want my friend thinking that we're rude to guests. He stood there sullenly.
She's no friend to you if she's here on his behalf.
Annabel smiled sweetly at Poppy. Truly, sir, I do wish to help your granddaughter with her brewing, if you'll allow it, of course. I always think it's important for a home to have a decent ale available for meals. Poppy likes a nice bitter ale, Virginia chimed in, and it's difficult to find one like that in this area. All they have is mild. We used to go to London for it, but we're so busy these days, I thought it might be nice if I could make some myself. Don't you agree, Poppy? He glanced from Virginia to Annabel, then let out a sigh.
I suppose.
Dropping back onto the settee, he crossed his arms over his chest.
Well, get on with it then.
If it's bitter you want, Annabel told Virginia, then you have to get the hops right. The tea and lemon tarts were brought in just then, so the two women talked over their refreshments. For the next half hour they discussed brewing, a subject that interested Virginia anyway. But since she was more concerned today with trying to get Poppy to fall asleep so she and Annabel could have a few moments alone, she asked some ridiculously mundane questions. Apparently Annabel realized what she was doing, for the woman described the ale-making process in long, elaborate terms that would put any man to sleep, especially an aging one who'd just drunk 2 brandies. Sure enough, after a while Poppy's head began to droop onto his chest. As soon as Virginia noticed that, she gave Annabel a speaking look. Annabel glanced over at Poppy, then nodded to show she'd understood. They talked of hops and roasting and the advantages of using malt over barley for a few more moments. Once Poppy started to snore, Annabel said, I've written down some instructions that I hope you'll find helpful. They contain recipes and such. She cast Virginia a meaningful glance. But you must read all the instructions. They make everything clear. Virginia nodded. Gabriel had sent her a private message. Keeping an eye on Poppy, Annabel drew out a folded piece of paper. She leaned forward to hand it to Virginia, who rose a little from her chair to reach it. That was just enough to startle Poppy from his doze. As he caught sight of the folded paper, he snatched it from Annabel.
And what is this?
He growled. It's brewing instructions, sir, Virginia retorted as she rose, her heart in her throat. He opened the paper and scanned it. Then a sheepish look crossed his face.
Oh, it is brewing instructions.
Virginia shot Annabel a quizzical glance, but the lady's gaze was fixed on him, her eyes full of worry. Poppy started to hand the sheet to Virginia, then thought to turn the paper over. A scowl darkened his brow. He turned to Annabel.
It's time for you to leave, Lady Jarrett.
As Annabel rose, Virginia reached for the piece of paper he was glaring at. Poppy, I believe that's for me.
It is indeed, and we'll discuss it as soon as Lady Jarrett is gone.
With that, he pocketed it, then went to the door and called for the footman. Annabel came up to press Virginia's hand. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. So am I, Virginia said, with an extra dose of emphasis for her grandfather. She was dying to know what was on that piece of paper. If he thought he could keep it from her, he was mad. As soon as the footman entered, Poppy instructed him to see that Lady Jarrett was escorted safely off the premises, but he stopped the woman as she was heading out the door with the footman.
"I have a message for your brother-in-law," Poppy said. "Tell him that if he shows up on my property on Tuesday morning, I will shoot him. Is that clear?"
Annabel's eyes went wide. "Very clear, sir." The minute she was gone, Virginia rounded on her grandfather. "Have you gone mad? Why would you threaten such a thing? He's done nothing to warrant it." Drawing out the letter, Poppy read aloud. "My dearest Virginia," he glanced at her. "The damned fellow thinks he can use your Christian name now. When did that start?" She refused to answer him when he was in such a temper. She just folded her arms over her waist and glared at him. With a scowl, he continued reading. "Forgive me for not keeping to my promise. And when was he making promises to you, young lady?" She fought the urge to blush. "We went riding on Friday, remember?" Poppy cast her a baleful glance, then went back to the letter. "But since you said you needed more time to convince your grandfather to accept my suit, you have it now." So much for breaking it to Poppy gently. Poppy glowered at her. "Did you agree to marry the damned scoundrel?" She squared her shoulders. "I did." "You are not marrying that arse." Forcing herself to remain calm, she tried logic. "You've seen how hard he's worked all week. Admit it. He's proved perfectly well he's not the soft, indolent noble you took him for." "All he's proved is that he can play a role when there's something he wants. He'll do anything to gain his fortune." Her temper flared. "He offered to give up that fortune if I'd marry him." Poppy snorted. "As I said, he'll do anything to get what he wants. Lie, cheat." "Is it so hard to believe that a man might just want me for myself?" She choked back tears as years of feeling unappreciated welled up inside her. "Is it really that impossible to comprehend?" Her grandfather looked as if he had been kicked in the gut. "No." He came close. "That's not what I—" "That's what it sounds like." Tears ran down her cheeks. "You can't fathom that a lord of his station and family wealth might truly want me. That's why you were so eager to promote Pierce's proposal. Because what man would want me otherwise, without lots of money to tempt him?" "Oh, lambkin, no." Grabbing her in his arms, he held her close. "It's not like that at all. It's because you're so precious that I worry. I want you to find a man who deserves you. A man of good character." "He is a man of good character," she whispered. "You won't even give him a chance." "How can you say that when he killed Roger?" She lifted her tear-stained face to him. "That was an accident, Poppy, and you know it. He's deeply sorry about what happened to Roger." Poppy turned mulish. "What kind of man bullies his supposed friend into risking death?" "You don't know that he bullied him." "I certainly do." The icy certainty in his voice froze her blood. "How could you?" She slipped free of his arms. "You weren't there." He glanced away. "But I know what happened all the same." "How? What do you know about that night?" He stiffened. "Enough. You'll have to trust me on this." "I see." Her anger sparked. "You won't talk about it. He won't talk about it. And you both expect me to just meekly accept your nonsense and choose between you. Is that it?" He stood there stoically, saying nothing. "Right. Well, it seems to me that if you won't say what you know, it's because you're protecting Roger's memory. You certainly wouldn't hide the truth if it meant that Lord Gabriel was at fault." She thrust out her chin. "And from what I know of his character, he's probably hiding the truth for the same reason, to protect Roger's memory." That speaks well of him, not ill.
Damn it, girl, that's not what—
When he broke off, she lifted an eyebrow. Feel free to correct my mistaken impression at any time. He muttered an oath.
Why won't you believe me when I say the truth is more complicated than you think? He isn't the man he seems.
Yet you give me no proof of that. She held out her hand. I'd like my letter now, please. He hesitated, then handed her the paper. She scanned it swiftly. The part Poppy hadn't read aloud said, I'm counting the hours until I see you again, sweetheart. It was signed only, Your Gabriel. With her heart full, she tucked it into her apron pocket to read again when she was alone. Gabriel had spoken no words of love, but she hadn't expected that, and it didn't matter. He was offering her what Poppy wanted to deny her, a future with a man she loved. Even if that love wasn't returned, it was better than the sort of life she would have with Pierce. If Pierce was even sincere, which she doubted, and she truly believed that in time Gabriel would grow to love her, would feel secure enough in her love to tell her his secrets. She had to believe it, because she'd given herself to him now, and the thought of a future without him was too bleak to contemplate. When she turned for the door, Poppy said, I mean it, Lambkin. If he comes here Tuesday morning, I'll shoot him. She didn't answer, because it didn't matter. Gabriel would never let a threat like that deter him. Somehow he would find a way for them to be together, if she didn't find it first. Gabe, Jarrett, and Pinter were allowed to attend the entirety of the inquest, held in a small upstairs room at the coroner's office on George Street. Gabe wondered if they would have been better off being spared it. The scent of death fogged the air, made even worse by the summer heat and the sight of Benny's body. Gabe shuddered. He'd been present at Roger's inquest too, but only briefly as a witness, and he hadn't looked at Roger. Here he had to look at Benny, who lay swollen and practically unrecognizable on a table. There was no other way he could grasp what the coroner was pointing out about Benny's injuries. Gabe had never been forced to see a body so decayed, and he hoped he never had to again. It gave new meaning to the idea of staring death in the face. He began to understand why Virginia had been so angry at him for his angel of death role. In thumbing his nose at death, he'd somehow glorified it as well. And there was nothing glorious about a man's body slowly disintegrating in the clawing warmth of a coroner's office while his family worried over where he was. Just as there was nothing admirable in risking life and limb in some sort of futile battle with death. If death came for you, there was nothing you could do to stop it. Benny had proved that. The inquest was blessedly short. The coroner easily determined that Benny had died of a gunshot wound to the chest. The ball was lodged between two of Benny's ribs. The local authorities had delayed the inquest in hopes that Pinter might be able to identify the body for certain as Benny's. Fortunately, despite the amount of decay, Pinter was able to oblige. When he had interviewed Benny months before, he had noticed the unusual ring the man wore to commemorate one of the few races he had won as a former jockey. The body bore that same ring. The fact that it was still on Benny's finger made Gabe wonder why the murderer hadn't stolen it. This hadn't been highway robbery. Beyond the information that Benny had definitely been shot to death, the inquest told them little else. No one could determine for certain whether the shooting was accidental, perhaps done unwittingly by a hunter. A couple of witnesses came forth to testify that they had seen Benny in town 2.5 weeks before his body was found, but none of them had seen him with anyone, and no one knew why he had been in town. He'd stayed in an inn for a single night, saying only that he was headed home. After the inquest, Pinter convinced the constable to take them out to where the body had been found by a boy looking for firewood. Pinter said he wanted to make sure that no crucial evidence had been overlooked in the constable's haste to get the body into town for an inquest. After a few moments of tramping through heavy overgrowth, the constable stopped in a small clearing he had marked earlier with a stake. If they hadn't known that a body had once been there, they wouldn't have guessed it now. Pinter gazed about them.
"Surely Benny didn't come this far into the woods himself," he told the constable. "Sunlight barely penetrates the trees here. What purpose could he have for being so deep in the forest?"
"Hunting, perhaps," the constable remarked. "Benny was never much of a hunter," Gabe said. "He was strictly a horseman. He left the shooting to others. And why would he stop to hunt while on a trip to visit a friend?" Jarrett made a wide circuit of the area in which they stood. He knelt to pick something up, then rose to show them a piece of fabric. This was caught on some scrub. It's stained with blood, and it matches the clothing Benny was wearing at the inquest. It looks as if he might have been dragged here after he was killed.
"If so, it seems unlikely that the shooting was accidental," Pinter said. "At the very least, someone sought to hide the body. At the worst, he was murdered."
Gabe's unease deepened into a chilling fear. "Pinter, do you think this could have anything to do with mother's and father's deaths? What if Benny saw something back then, and their killer knew it?"
"Then the killer would have murdered him before now," Pinter said. "It's been 19 years.
Unless the killer got nervous about our asking questions." Pinter let out a long breath.
"Honestly, I don't know what to think. It's odd that Benny chose to leave his home after I spoke with him, and odd that he would die in a shooting, but it might merely be a series of coincidences. We need more information."
"Someone has to know more about why he travelled to Manchester," Jarrett said. "If not any of the townsfolk here or there, then Benny's family. One of us should stay in town a while longer to ask questions. I can't do it. I have to be back at the brewery tomorrow for a meeting. What about you, Pinter?"
"I have a week or so before I need to return to London," Pinter said.
"We have to send a letter to the Mays anyway," Jarrett said, "so they can come claim his body. While you await their arrival, you can ask questions here, then question them when they arrive."
"If I have any time left afterward, I'll travel up to Manchester," Pinter said. "Now that a death is involved, some of the people I questioned before might be more forthcoming with information. It's worth a try, at any rate."
"Excellent idea." Jarrett glanced at Gabe. "What about you? Are you staying?" "I can't. I made a promise to Virginia." "What sort of promise?" "That I'd ask her grandfather for her hand formally tomorrow morning. If we leave now, I can still arrive home in enough time to be there at first light." "Then by all means we should go," Jarrett said with a broad smile. "You can handle it on your own, can't you, Pinter?"
"Certainly."
"Let us know what you learn." Gabe hated to leave, but he meant to keep his promise to Virginia, no matter what. Still, he dreaded the journey home with Jarrett. His brother had spent half the inquest watching Gabe with concern, and Gabe was in no mood to endure that same scrutiny for the next several hours. As soon as they got started, Jarrett said, "Have you ever been to an inquest before?" "Only Rogers," Gabe said tersely. "This one must have been nearly as difficult, given your childhood friendship with Benny." That was an understatement. "If you don't mind, I'd rather not talk about it. I need to sleep. I didn't get much last night in that noisy inn, and I have to rise early tomorrow." Jarrett nodded. "Probably a good idea for both of us." "Thank God." Gabe leaned against the squabs and closed his eyes, but sleep was impossible. He couldn't get the image of Benny's bloated body out of his mind. The stench of it seemed to cling to him, and he wondered if it would cling for days, if people would smell it on him and see the horror lurking in his soul. For the first time in his life, he really felt like the angel of death, and he did not like that feeling. Chapter 18. Virginia and her grandfather hadn't spoken since yesterday, keeping out of each other's way as if by mutual agreement. She'd even taken her meals in her room, which he hadn't questioned. Thankfully, he hadn't questioned her writing to Pierce either. After her conversation with Poppy yesterday, she'd sent an express to her cousin saying only, "I need you." He had to set Poppy straight once and for all about their not marrying. The rascal had raised Poppy's hopes, and now he must help her dash them. But since Pierce wouldn't receive the express until today, he might not arrive by tomorrow morning, and with night falling now, she grew anxious. She needed a plan for when Gabriel showed up. Would Poppy really meet him with a rifle? Even if he did, would he actually use it? She couldn't imagine that, but neither could she imagine him backing down. Nor could she imagine Gabriel doing so. Even when staring down the barrel of a gun, the man was as stubborn as Poppy, and more reckless. No telling what either of them would do if forced to confront each other. How could Poppy be so blind? Hadn't he seen how much interest Gabriel had taken in the farm? Granted, Gabriel wouldn't inherit it, which meant that eventually she and he would have to leave. But that might be a long time off, and in the meantime Gabriel could be a great help to him. As long as he's not off getting himself killed in a race. She pushed that thought from her mind. Dwelling on it would only increase her doubts, and she was determined to put those to rest. Marrying Gabriel was what she wanted, racing or no. So she needed to warn him off before Poppy did something daft. Annabelle would tell him of Poppy's threat, but that wouldn't stop Gabriel from coming here. Perhaps she could slip out at 7:30 tomorrow morning and waylay him on the road. A knock came at the door and she tensed. "Who is it?" "It's Molly, miss. The General is wanting a word with you in his study." She sighed. She should have known she couldn't avoid him forever. "Tell him I'll be right there." When Virginia got to Poppy's study, she was surprised to find him sitting at his desk with his head in his hands. He looked quite weary, and when he lifted his head to stare at her, his eyes held an uncharacteristic bleakness.
"Close the door and have a seat, lambkin."
The softness in his voice made her instantly wary. She did as he bade, but he didn't speak right away. He just stared past her as if contemplating a ghost. "Poppy?" His gaze finally went to her, and he stiffened his spine.
"I've thought and thought about it, but I can see no way around it. You were right yesterday. Much as I hate it, I can't keep secrets from you when you're letting that scoundrel Sharpe wriggle into your heart."
She swallowed hard. "What sort of secrets?"
"You asked how I know what happened that night. Well, I'll tell you."
With a haunted look on his face, he took a long breath.
"Your brother came home and told me about it before he went out to face Sharpe."
The words stunned her. "You knew that Roger was going to race, and you didn't even try to stop him."
"No."
He picked up a letter opener, turning it round and round in his hands.
"He didn't tell me specifics. He came in and said, 'If a man agrees to a wager while he's in his cups, is there any gentlemanly way he can get out of it? Or does he have to see it through?' I thought he was talking about card wagers, and that he gambled more than he could afford. and I didn't want the lad thinking he could agree to a bet, then cry off just because he'd been drinking. It was dishonest and dishonourable."
Pain carved heavy lines into his weathered features.
"So I told him only a blackguard reneged on a wager. If he couldn't hold his liquor, he shouldn't be gambling. The right thing to do was to stand up and pay his debts."
"Oh, Poppy!" Her mind reeled. She could easily imagine what Roger would have thought about those words from the great cavalry general. Her brother had always wanted to impress their larger-than-life grandfather, and was angry that his swaggering about town with a marquis's son and a duke's son didn't accomplish that. He would have taken Poppy's advice to heart, while balking at sharing the whole story. Why risk another quarrel? And there had been many quarrels between Roger and Poppy, about Roger's gambling and drinking and his late hours. How could she have forgotten that? She'd been dwelling on the brother she missed desperately, whom she'd made into a saint. But he had never been a saint. He'd been an orphan struggling to find his place in the world, with a grandfather whom he'd thought he'd disappointed. Poppy's gaze shifted to her.
"I swear, I had no idea he was speaking of some idiotic race where he could kill himself, or I would never have—"
"It's all right, Poppy," she said softly. "You couldn't have known." All these years, he'd held this guilt inside him. Gabriel had said, "He needs someone to blame, so he blames me." But that doesn't mean he has a reason for it. He was right.
"But I should have pressed him on it,"
Poppy said.
"I should have made him tell me what happened."
He curled his hand around the letter opener.
"Instead, I asked him how much he owed and to whom."
His voice hardened.
"That's all I cared about. The money. When he said it was nothing much and not to worry about it, I let it go. I was relieved, to tell the truth. I thought it was a sign he was finally taking responsibility for his recklessness."
He let out a heavy breath.
Why didn't I press him? If he had said it was a race at Turnham Green between him and Sharpe—
"You mustn't torture yourself over it." She leaned across the desk to take the letter opener from him, then caught his tense hand in hers. "You were trying to teach him to do the right thing."
Was I?
His eyes were full of ancient remorse.
Or was I just embarrassed at the idea of my grandson looking less than he was in front of his lofty friends?
He got to his feet and began to pace.
My last words to him were about how he had to be a man. What kind of monster sends his own grandson to his death because he doesn't want to be shamed in front of a lot of idiots?
She rose to go to his side. "You didn't send him to his death. You gave the only advice you could give without having all the facts. That wasn't your fault. It was his." Poppy rounded on her, seizing her shoulders in his hands.
But now do you understand? I know Sharpe took advantage of your brother's drunken state to get him to agree to that fool wager.
It could just as easily have been Roger who made it.
Then why did your brother say, if a man agrees to a wager? That implies accepting a challenge. Sharpe laid down the challenge and Roger agreed to it. Otherwise, why regret it later? Men regret things they've been bullied into.
It would be all right. She was a wonder, his wife-to-be. "My sweet Virginia," he whispered, "you have me utterly enthralled." "Really?"
"Can't you see how you've addled my brain? Why else would I be taking you here like a wild animal?"
"I like it when you're wild," she whispered. "At least when we're, you know." She rubbed her breasts against his waistcoat, and he wished he'd peeled it off, and his shirt and her gown,
Later, if they eloped tonight, they could make love in the carriage all the way to Gretna Green. For now, his instinct was telling him to swive her senseless, or perhaps he just wanted to be senseless himself, to be taken out of himself by her, by this. He tried to hold back his release, but it was impossible. She felt too good, and he needed it too much. He couldn't even finger her in this position, but her moans told him she was feeling something, and when he shifted his angle to drub her little button of flesh over and over with each thrust, she dug her fingernails into his shoulders. Oh, yes! She tightened her legs about his hips. Oh, Gabriel, please, oh, please, I want... Whatever you want is yours. He thrust into her in quickening strokes that brought him right over the edge. She followed him over with a cry that he muffled with his mouth, and as she shuddered and shook, and he pumped his seed into her, he kept hearing, I want. So did he. Oh, how he wanted. He wanted far more than he had realized. He wanted her to know every dark secret in his heart, every bit of the past he'd buried. He wanted her to know the real him. The unexpected thought terrified him. If he gave in to that desire, he could lose her, and suddenly the thing he wanted most of all was not to lose her. Chapter 19. Virginia felt bereft when Gabriel withdrew from her and her legs came down. The words, I love you, were on the tip of her tongue, but something held her back. She couldn't bear not to have him return her feelings. Perhaps it would be easier once he was her husband. As Gabriel left her arms, he looked embarrassed. I didn't mean to be so rough, he said as he fastened up his drawers, then his trousers. You must think me more of a scoundrel than ever. If that is what you're like when you're a scoundrel, she said lightly, then thank God for scoundrels. He looked startled. Then he flashed her the grin that always made her quiver. Enjoyed that, did you? She smoothed back an errant lock of his hair. Very much, though it did take me by surprise. I know. He turned her around so he could fasten up her gown. I just needed to forget for a while what I saw today. And what was that? Death. She pivoted to stare at him, the harsh words shivering across her skin. What do you mean? Jarrett and I travelled up north to view an inquest. Not since Rogers, have I? You were at Rogers' inquest? He stiffened. Of course. He died racing me. There are official rules for such things. All of us who had been present had to answer questions and give testimony. Your grandfather appeared, as did other witnesses. Did that mean Gabriel had been questioned publicly about how the race had come about? And wouldn't Poppy have heard that testimony? Because then he would know who had laid down the challenge. Yet he had acted as if he didn't. But no one else had ever claimed to have heard the truth, either. Gabriel went on, clearly eager to leave the subject behind. This inquest was a different matter entirely. Benny was found after being outdoors in the weather for a while. She shuddered. She could imagine how awful that must have been. Was he a friend? You might say that. He was head groom here at Halstead Hall until shortly after my parents died. In a few terse words he explained that over the past few months he and his siblings had been investigating their parents' deaths. They hadn't told anyone because they wanted to be sure of the truth first. That was why he hadn't allowed Annabel to reveal to her grandfather the reason for his sudden trip. He told Virginia of their attempts to question the family's head groom, and how that had led to their being informed of the man's possible murder. I've never witnessed death quite like that. After being left in the woods for a couple of weeks, Benny's body was unspeakable. She finished softly. He nodded. I hadn't seen him in 19 years. After our parents died, Gran took us into town to live, and Oliver kept the estate closed up, so most of the staff was let go. But I wouldn't have known him even if I had seen him every day. His face. A ragged breath escaped him. It wasn't easy to look at. We were only able to identify him by a ring he had worn when Pinter had questioned him. I'm sorry you had to go through that. I'm not. It finally impressed upon me that I don't want to die. He levelled a bleak gaze on her. I don't want to end up broken and bleeding in some field somewhere. I don't want to be left in the ground to rot before my time. But I don't know how to stop it from happening. If Celia doesn't marry, then racing is all I have. If I let fear of death make me cautious, I can't win. The fact that he shared his fears touched her. Surely you can make money some other way than by racing. You could bring Flying Jane to Waverly Farm. If Poppy or one of your brothers could be persuaded to lend you the entrance fee for that first race. He snorted. Your grandfather isn't going to give me money, and you know it. And my brothers don't have lots to spare for a risky investment. I wouldn't feel right asking them. But it would be just this once. And if you won a race with her, they get their money back with interest. With a rueful smile, he reached up to tuck a lock of hair behind her ear. As you said last week, that's a lot of ifs. But it's something. In the meantime, you could help Poppy race his horses and run the stud farm, so that Pierce can inherit it all when your grandfather dies. Where will that leave us? She swallowed. At least it won't leave you dead. Besides, why are you so sure that Celia won't marry? You did meet my sister, didn't you? He said dryly. She's very pretty. It's not her looks I'm worried about. It's her strong disinclination to marry. She seemed very eager to champion you. She cupped his cheek. I'm sure she'll do the right thing when the time comes. Don't borrow trouble, Gabriel. It will all work out. Ever the sunny optimist, aren't you? He pressed her hand to his lips. You're assuming that your grandfather will even let me within a mile of your place. He already said he wants to shoot me. Are you willing to elope? He asked, a hopeful note in his voice. We could leave tonight. I prefer that you settle your differences with him beforehand. He pulled away from her, then went to pick his coat up off the floor. How the blazes am I to do that? He needs to know the truth about the night when you and Roger made the wager, and he needs to hear it from you. His jaw went taut. You mean you need to hear it from me? He snapped. You won't let it alone. That's not true, she said steadily. I know in my heart that you're a good man, but Poppy needs to be sure you're a man of good character. He has to feel you're worthy of me, and that means knowing the truth. Otherwise he'll never. The door to the stable swung open. Good God, Gabe. Are you ever going to come? Lord Jarrett stopped short, glancing from Virginia to Gabriel. Sorry, old chap. I assumed you were still coddling your thoroughbred. His gaze shot to the coat in Gabriel's hand. I, didn't mean to interrupt. Annabelle said she needed to talk to you, and I guess that's probably moot now. I'll just leave you to whatever you were doing. No need. Gabriel donned his coat. Virginia and I were merely discussing our elopement. It seems her grandfather is opposed to the marriage and is out for my blood. So we're going to eliminate that problem by hastening to Gretna Green. Gabriel. He was running from everything, from the truth, from the past. He had to stop. You know perfectly well that I didn't agree. If you're planning on an elopement, Lord Jarrett said, you'd best come inside. Gran needs to hear this. Looping an arm around Virginia's waist, Gabriel led her toward the door. Listen to me, she began. How long do you think it will take us? Gabriel asked his brother, pointedly ignoring her. They proceeded to discuss the logistics of the elopement as the three of them crossed the courtyard. Perish the man. Why wouldn't he listen? They'd entered the house and were headed for the drawing room, when they were accosted in the hall by his grandmother.
"What the devil is taking you so—" "Oh." Mrs. Plumtree spotted Virginia and smiled. "Good evening, Miss Waverly. Annabel said that your grandfather threatened to shoot my grandson if he went to Waverly Farm to propose marriage tomorrow. Are you here to warn Gabe?"
"Actually, we're eloping, Gran," Gabriel broke in. "I know what you said about no elopements, but—"
No, my boy. You go on and elope," Mrs. Plumtree said cheerily. "Just make sure it's legal. Make them give you something written. None of that havey-cavey Scottish nonsense about your word being good enough."
"Of course," Gabriel said. "But I don't want—" Virginia began.
"What can I do to help?" Mrs. Plumtree went on. "If the General is anything like me, he'll be up in a few hours, and you'll want to be well underway before he discovers that Miss Waverly is gone. He'll probably come here first, and we'll stall him, which will gain you some time."
Virginia was growing annoyed. "I really don't think—" Lord Jarrett said. "The phaeton won't be as comfortable for travelling, but it'll be quicker. You can take my coach, but the coachman hasn't had a chance to rest from our journey. Then again, neither of you." "Stop it, all of you," Virginia cried. "I don't want to elope." Muttering a low oath, Gabriel tightened his arm around her waist like a manacle.
"You don't want to marry my grandson?" Mrs. Plumtree asked, casting a pointed glance at Gabriel's intimate grip on her.
Virginia coloured. "Of course I want to marry him, but I want to do it right. I want Poppy's permission."
Mrs. Plumtree clucked her tongue. "Given what your grandfather told me the night of our dinner, he's unlikely to give it. His exact words were, 'One way or the other, I'll make sure that she never marries your scoundrel of a grandson.' And if he's talking about shooting Gabe, it doesn't sound as if he's changed his mind."
"You're damned right I haven't changed my mind," cried yet another voice from the doorway.
Sweet Lord, Poppy with a footman trailing him.
"I'm sorry, madam," the footman said, "but General Waverly refused to wait in the—"
"It's all right, John," Mrs. Plumtree said.
Virginia eyed her grandfather with concern. He looked harried and tired, his hair sticking up everywhere.
"What are you doing here, Poppy?"
He strode up to her with a scowl. "After our discussion, I couldn't sleep. I went to your room thinking I'd talk to you again about it, but you were gone." He shot Gabriel a murderous glance. "How did you convince my granddaughter to do something so blasted idiotic as to ride over here in the middle of the night? Anything could have happened to her. She could have been accosted on the road or lost her way in the dark."
"He had nothing to do with it," Virginia cut in. "I came here because you were talking about shooting him in the morning."
"She came to warn him," Mrs. Plumtree pointed out, a gleam in her eyes. "You can't blame her for that. Speaks well of the girl."
Poppy turned his glower on Mrs. Plumtree. "The only thing it speaks well of, woman, is your machinations. And I don't blame Virginia. I blame you and your blasted family, and their interference in matters that aren't their concern." He turned to scowl at Lord Jarrett. "Next time you send your wife to my house passing messages behind my back, sir, you'd better be prepared for trouble." "I did not send my wife to your house," Lord Jarrett protested. "That was my doing." Gabriel tugged Virginia closer. "I wanted Virginia to know I'd be back to marry her as soon as possible." "She's Miss Waverly to you, boy, and you'll marry her over my dead body." Poppy held out his arm. "Come, Virginia, we're going home." Virginia gazed up at Gabriel and said softly, Tell him now." He stiffened, then scowled at her. "This is not the time." "There's no better time."
You said on that night we waltzed that you wanted to make amends to my family. Well, this is your chance. He needs to hear it." She could see him withdrawing, see him pulling into himself like a turtle into its protective shell. But she persisted anyway. "Make him understand."
"I won't discuss this here, damn it."
"Discuss what?" Mrs. Plumtree asked. "Then I'm going home with him." Tearing herself from his grip, she moved a few feet away. She had to force Gabriel's hand. "You have to choose. Tell him the truth, or watch me leave." She didn't know if she could hold to that, but she had to try. His refusal to face the past would only poison their love, and an elopement wouldn't solve anything. Something flickered deep in his eyes. Anger and regret. "Don't ask me to do this. Why must you be so stubborn?" Without a word, she turned and walked toward her grandfather. "Damn it, Virginia. Ask me to do anything but that." The pain in his words made her heart twist in her chest, but she kept walking. "I can't tell you the truth," he ground out. "You mean you won't?" "I can't, because I don't know what it is." That halted her. Not sure she had heard him right, she faced him. "What do you mean?" Though the others didn't know what she was talking about, they seemed to hold their breaths, as did she, waiting for his answer. He spiked his hand through his hair, then let out a foul curse. "I don't actually know what happened that night. I was so drunk that I have no memory of it." His breathing sounded harsh in the sudden stillness. "People have always assumed I didn't speak of it either to hide my culpability or to protect Roger's memory. But the truth is, I don't know which of us laid down the challenge. I never have." Her mind whirled. "How can that be?" He let out a harsh laugh. "Have you no idea how Roger and I were back then? We spent our evenings with our heads in tankards of ale." "Many a young man does, Gabe," Lord Jarrett offered. Gabriel scowled at his brother. "So much that he utterly forgets if he caused his best friend's death." He shot her a hard glance. "You said your grandfather needed to know if I was a man of good character." "I can't tell him." His voice grew choked. "All I remember is Roger quarrelling with Lyons. The Duke left, and Roger and I drank ourselves into oblivion. I don't remember leaving the tavern, I don't remember the ride home, and I bloody well don't remember making that bloody wager." He paced in agitation. "There's nothing in my memory between the time we began drinking heavily and the time I awoke mid-morning to find Roger standing at the foot of my bed saying, 'Well, old chap, are we doing this or not?'" "You didn't even ask him what he was talking about," she whispered. "Of course I asked him." He whirled on her, his voice so full of anger that she backed away out of reflex. He noticed and went pale. When he continued, it was in a carefully controlled voice that was more chilling than his anger. He said, "You know, the race." Then he got that smug look on his face that he always got when he had bested me and said, "You don't remember our wager?" And would I admit it? Oh no, I would never admit to Roger that I couldn't hold my liquor, that I didn't know what the bloody hell he was talking about. That would make me appear a fool. Her heart broke to see his pain. He glanced away from her. "It was enough for me to know that we'd agreed to a bet, because every gentleman knows that if you make a wager, in your cups or not, you stick to it." Reminded of what Poppy had said, she gave him a furtive glance, but he was held rapt by Gabriel's story. "So you just went with him like some young fool?" her grandfather asked. "Exactly like some young fool." He said, "Well, let's get on with it. I'm going to win this time sharp." And I dragged myself out of bed and went out to saddle my horse. I didn't care where the race was or what it involved.
I just cared about beating him. His voice was bitter. Because he always had to beat you, Lord Jarrett said softly. It was true, she remembered. Their rivalry had not been one-sided. Roger would come home claiming that Gabriel had somehow bewitched his horses, or Gabriel had won a card game because he had the devil's own luck. And she had said those very words to Gabriel at the race they had run. She winced. Gabriel's gaze was distant, as if he saw it all again. When it became apparent where we were headed, I had a moment of sanity. I knew that the course in Turnham Green was too dangerous. I'd seen other men get hurt running it. He swallowed convulsively. We had already dragged Lyons from his bed to judge the outcome of the race, and I wasn't about to back out of it in front of them both. Better to kill myself than do that, right? His voice turned icy, remote. Better to kill my best friend. You didn't kill him, Gabriel, she said softly, unable to take any more. Are you sure? His eyes glittered at her. Because I'm not. Your grandfather says I got him drunk and bullied him into running the race. And that's very possible. I might have goaded him into it, might have called him a coward, I might even have threatened him. We'll never know. He came up to her, his face as dead and cold as his tone. But we know one thing for sure. I was too proud to admit that I didn't remember. I was too arrogant to back out, or even just let my best friend win. Because when I raced, then by God I had to win, even if it meant. His breath caught in his throat. So there's my character for you. The General is right, Virginia. I don't deserve you. I don't believe that, she whispered. He stared her down. Don't you? And why did you press so hard to make me bare my soul? And don't say it was for your grandfather. We both know it was for you, so you could know if I was a man of good character. 'Cause you never were quite sure. Was that true? Had it been her need all along that had brought them to this terrible place? His breathing was rough. No matter who made the wager, your brother died because I was too full of myself to stop the race, too eager for glory to let him win. Do you really think you'll ever be able to forget that, or forgive me for it? For a moment, an image flashed into her mind, of Roger laid out in his bedchamber, unnaturally still. Gabriel could have stopped the race, but he hadn't. Then again, Roger could have stopped it too. But if he hadn't realized that Gabriel didn't remember... That's what I thought, he said coldly when she didn't answer. At least now that you have the facts, you can hate me with good reason. He pushed past her, headed for the door. Wait! Her mind whirled with everything he had revealed. Where are you going? Though he paused in the doorway, he refused to look at her. Where I always go to forget what I do remember. He glanced at her grandfather. Tell Devonmont to take good care of her. Then he strode out the door. Gabriel! She headed after him, but Poppy caught her by the arm. Let me go, she protested, struggling. Lord Jarrett said, I'll fetch him back, and hurried out. Leave it be, lambkin, Poppy said. I told you what Roger said that night. If a man agrees to a wager while he's in his cups, is there any gentlemanly way he can get out of it? Clearly your brother didn't want to make that wager, and Lord Gabriel pushed him into it. He isn't like that, Mrs. Plumtree protested. Virginia agreed. The Gabriel she knew would never bully anyone into anything. She might not be sure what had happened that night, but one thing she was sure of. Gabriel was no more culpable than Roger. Mrs. Plumtree glowered at Poppy. You've made up your mind that Gabe's some monster.
based solely on some words said by your grandson. For all you know, he was lying. You're so blinded by your anger that you can't see beyond your bias."
"And what about your bias?" Poppy growled.
"It was an accident," Mrs. Plumtree said. "A tragic, stupid accident. Gabriel didn't set out to murder your grandson. He behaved as foolish young men often do, yes, but it was Roger who rousted him out of bed, Roger who got them to the racecourse. Think about that when you start accusing my grandson."
Mrs. Plumtree's words seemed to stun Poppy. She had a point. If Gabriel were to be believed, and Virginia knew in her heart that he wouldn't lie, then Roger had been the one to push the matter. More importantly, it had happened 7 years ago, and no matter what Gabriel thought, it didn't change the fact that she loved him. "I don't deserve you." She'd been a fool to let him believe even for one moment that he wasn't worthy of her. Believe he wasn't worthy of love. I have to talk to Gabriel. Just then, Lord Jarrett came back in. "He's gone, I'm afraid. He was saddling a horse when I entered the stable, and he told me to leave him be. I tried to talk to him, but he just leaped into the saddle and rode out." "To go where?" she asked. "I don't know," Lord Jarrett said, his eyes full of sympathy.
"He'll return eventually," Mrs. Plumtree said. "He always does."
"He's done this before?" Virginia asked.
"A few times, when he gets morose over Roger's death. He goes off God knows where, and the next thing we know, he's agreeing to another full race."
She'd lost him. She'd let him leave here hating himself, and now she had lost him. She hadn't even told him she loved him. Why is he so obsessed with racing? He says it's for the money, but I'd swear it's more than that. Sadness filled Mrs. Plumtree's features.
"It's his way of shielding himself from his fear that he might end up like Roger and his parents. Dead before his time."
I don't want to be left in the ground to rot before my time, but I don't know how to stop it from happening. Yet there was something else there too. Something she was missing. Something more. "Let's go home," Poppy said softly. "No point in remaining here. If you must speak to the man, I'll bring you back tomorrow, but you need sleep." "I'm not leaving," she said firmly. "Not until Gabriel returns."
"Your grandfather is right. You need sleep," Mrs. Plumtree surprised her by saying. "But you can do that here. We have plenty of room."
Poppy stared at Mrs. Plumtree. "If she stays, I stay."
"That can be arranged." Mrs. Plumtree's steady gaze made Poppy flush. "Your granddaughter isn't the only one who needs sleep, I dare say."
It shocked her when he said, "All right, we'll stay the night, but if he hasn't returned by morning—"
"We'll handle that when it happens," Mrs. Plumtree said firmly.
She glanced at Lord Jarrett. He nodded. "I'll find him, Miss Waverly. Don't you worry." "Thank you," she murmured through the lump in her throat. They were being so kind. Lord Jarrett had just returned from a long trip. The last thing he probably wished to do was go hunting for his brother. As Lord Jarrett left, Mrs. Plumtree guided them down the hall.
"Halstead Hall has an entire private apartment you can use," she said. "It was built to accommodate a foreign prince and his wife in the 17th century.
Virginia scarcely listened, remembering Gabriel's parting words. "Tell Devonmont to take good care of her." He meant to turn his back on her. After everything they'd said and meant to each other. How could he? In a daze of pain she entered the massive suite with 2 bedrooms and a sitting room as large as the dining room at Waverly Farm. Mrs. Plumtree ordered servants about, getting fires going and dustcloths removed in such a short time that soon Virginia and Poppy were left alone. When she made no move toward her bedchamber, Poppy came up to her with a worried look. "Go to bed, lambkin. I'm sure the scoundrel will return soon." She shook her head. "I can't sleep. Not until I know he's safe." "He'll be fine," Poppy said, an edge in his voice. "Besides, this might be just as well. Now you can reconsider the possibility of you and Pierce." "I'm not going to marry Pierce," she cried, unable to take it any more. "I'm in love with Gabriel." Poppy blinked. "In love? You barely know the man. Surely you're not foolish enough to believe that marriage can be built on kisses and flattery and soft words." "Is it foolish to want to be treated like a desirable woman for once, and not like a cog in the wheel of the farm?" She choked out. When Poppy looked stricken, she released a ragged breath. "Can't you understand? Gabriel sees all of me, not just the efficient parts. He sees the woman who wants to be thought pretty and receive flowers, who wants to dance, who wants to feel something more than just relief that the foal who got loose didn't trample the turnips." Her voice fell. "At least he did until I pushed him into talking about the past. Now all he can see is his guilt. And he thinks that's all I can see too. Was he out there even now, searching for some new challenge to blot the heartache from his mind? Some new race in his ongoing battle with death? I cheat death. It's what I do." And suddenly she understood. He had said it as a joke, but it wasn't a joke. It explained everything. The racing, the recklessness, the times when he had withdrawn and become that cold, frightening person she thought of as the real angel of death. She prayed that she got the chance to make him understand. Because until he did, they could never marry. And she couldn't bear the thought of that. Chapter 20. Must beat Roger. The chant from Gabe's dream haunted him. So did the image of Roger lying with his neck broken, as lions ran toward them and Gabe fought to rein in the horses. With a scowl, Gabe gulped some ale. He had to put that image from his mind. Had to find that perfect state of blessed numbness, of cold calm, that he felt when he was racing. He didn't usually seek it and drink, but tonight, if it took half the liquor in London, he was going to drive the memories from his mind. He gave a bitter laugh as he stared into his tankard. The irony didn't escape him. "You're devilishly hard to find," Jarrett said from behind him. "I've been scouring the stews for hours." "Damn it. Well, you found me. Now go away." He gulped more ale. He had to be drunker than this to deal with his brother. Jarrett moved the tankard away from him. "You'd think you'd learned by now that this won't help." True, but tonight he was desperate. He dragged the tankard back. "Get your own damned ale, or better yet, leave." "You should have stayed to see everything out. She wanted you to stay." "Yes, I could tell by the way she asked me not to leave." Why was he even talking to Jarrett? Wouldn't change anything. You didn't give her a chance. He cursed under his breath. He'd seen the confusion in her face, the shock as he had told her the truth. Perhaps she would have forgiven him, perhaps not. He couldn't stay around to find out. Leaving meant he didn't have to watch the light die in her eyes as she realized what he truly was. It wouldn't have mattered. Of course it would have mattered. She's in love with you. The words seared a path through the encroaching numbness, sparking a tiny hope in the glacier of Gabe's heart. "She told you that?" Jarrett paused. "She didn't have to. I saw it in her face." The hope winked out. "You saw what you wanted to see." I saw a woman who'd finally got the truth she'd been clamoring for and didn't like it.
He lifted the tankard to drink, but it was empty. He held the tankard out to a nearby tavern maid.
"Another."
She bustled off to refill it. "You barely gave Miss Waverly the chance to take it all in," Jared snapped.
"What did you expect?"
"I expected." What? That once he bared his soul for her, the pain would stop? That was naive. It would never stop. Not even if she could forgive him for what had happened. Her brother would still be dead, and he would still be the reckless wretch who had put him in the grave. "I got exactly what I expected." He lied. "So you're going to punish her for her momentary lapse by abandoning her?" Jarrett asked. "Punish her?" Gabe scowled at him. "I'm doing her a favor. I was an idiot to think we could marry. There's too much of the past between us." "She seems willing to work through it." "Then she's a fool. She deserves a man who's worthy of her, and I'm not that man." The tankard was set down in front of him, and he grabbed it up. He needed not to feel. It used to be so easy. He just found some race to run and became the angel of death. Why couldn't he do that anymore? All he wanted was to sink into the numbness, let it surround him like the grave. But Miss Waverly isn't likely to get a more worthy man in her present situation, is she? Jared said coolly. "She's got her cousin," he ground out, but the very thought made his fingers itch to throttle the man. "He'll marry her." "She doesn't want Deverment. God only knows why, but she wants you." Judging from how his pulse leapt at those words, he hadn't yet consumed enough liquor. "She doesn't know what she wants. And anyway, she'll be better off with him than me." Jarrett snorted. "You're such a damned coward." When that sparked his temper, he cursed. Where was the numbness? "Watch it, big brother. The last man who called me that got his teeth knocked down his throat." "Yes, you're brave when it counts the least. You're perfectly happy to race any idiot who challenges you, but God forbid you should admit that you need Virginia, that you might even love her. It's easier to turn tail and run." Gabe stiffened. "Not easier. Better for her. I can't give her what she wants." "What? Some sort of penance for racing her brother? She doesn't want that. She wants you to open your heart to her, to trust her with it. And that scares the hell out of you." Gabe drank deeply, fighting to ignore the truth in Jarrett's words. "Believe me, I understand," Jarrett continued. "I've been in your place. So have Oliver and Minerva. We've all spent the last 19 years protecting our hearts, because we know how awful it feels to be abandoned by those we love most. It has made us slow to trust. But until you can trust someone with your heart, you'll only be half living. Loving someone and being loved is worth any risk." The words pounded in his brain, warring with the effects of the ale. "Are you finished?" he growled. "Because none of this concerns you. The General and Devermont have concocted a tidy little plan for her future, and I won't stand in the way of it." "Fine," Jarrett said coolly as he stood. "But I should mention one thing. Does your willingness to give her up to Devermont mean that I misunderstood what was going on when I burst in on the two of you in the stable? I'd assumed that you'd just bedded her." Gabe froze. "But that can't be possible, because taking her innocence and then walking away, leaving her to handle the consequences alone, would be 10 times worse than anything you ever did to Roger Waverly." And with that parting shot, Jarrett left. Gabe shoved the tankard aside with a string of curses. He couldn't believe he had forgotten that. He had ruined Virginia,
And Jarrett was right. He couldn't just leave her to handle it. Devonman might be as indulgent as Virginia had claimed, but he wouldn't be indulgent about that. No man would. He had seduced her twice. That meant he had to marry her, if she wanted to marry him. He stared blindly at the tankard. Despite Jarrett's optimistic observations, he wasn't sure of that. Once she had time to think about his revelations, she might not want anything to do with him. And who could blame her? He couldn't even tell her the one thing she wanted to know. What had happened between him and Roger that night? She deserved to know, and he couldn't tell her. Or could he? His mind began to race, clipping through possibilities. For the past 7 years he'd avoided trying to learn the truth, afraid of what he might learn, but perhaps he could find out now. Someone must have heard him and Roger talk about that wager. Perhaps someone present that night had witnessed everything, but their tale blended in with the rest of the gossip, so no one recognized it as the truth. If he could learn what really happened, then Virginia and her grandfather would have the whole truth at last. Gabe tossed some money down on the table and lurched out of the tavern, then stumbled down the street. He needed to clear his head, needed to think. Who'd been in the tavern when he, Roger, and Lyons had arrived? There had to have been somebody who had heard them. God knows he and his chums had never been quiet drinkers. Perhaps if he returned to the place, it might jog his memory. Gabe spent the next couple of hours wandering the stews. He entered the tavern where they had been that night. Just being there didn't resurrect anything from the burial ground of his memory, so he started asking questions. He had no pride left. He wanted only the truth, even if half the world started gossiping about his strange new obsession with the events leading up to Roger's death. Unfortunately, the tavern had changed hands a couple of times, so the owner could only guide him to the previous owners. He questioned the regulars and the barmaids, but none of them had any idea what he was talking about. He headed out to ask questions in one tavern after another. Before long he was chasing shadows, looking for people who might know someone who knew someone who'd been there that night. The less foxed he grew, the more he began to realize how futile his search was. No one remembered a pair of drunken fools making a wager in a tavern 7 years ago. The one time he came across someone who was there, the man had little to tell him. Clearly people who had spent long evening hours in taverns weren't the best sources of information. The drink had pickled their brains. After finally hunting down the original owner of the tavern, only to hear the fellow say he had no idea about any wager, Gabe sat down in the man's new establishment to contemplate his choices. None of them were good, and they all involved marrying Virginia with the questions of the past hanging between them. They'd have to elope, since her grandfather would never approve a marriage. He was just about to order some food, having not eaten for hours, when a man dropped into the seat across from him. Chetwynd damned his eyes, the last person he wanted to see tonight. "I hear you've been asking questions around town about the night you and Roger made your wager," Chetwynd said. Though he hated to have his search laid bare to an arse like Chetwynd, he didn't let on. "And I find it very interesting, especially in light of your courtship of Miss Waverly." Gabe scowled but didn't rise to the bait. "Everyone is talking about that, you know. You won the right to court her, so we're all waiting to see if she'll marry you." Chetwynd called for a tankard. "I'm guessing that your questions about what happened that night have something to do with Miss Waverly?" "I don't have time for this," Gabe snapped as he rose to his feet. "You don't remember it, do you?" That held Gabe in place. "Don't be absurd. Why wouldn't I remember it?" "Because you were fairly cupshot from what I hear. And if you did remember," Chetwynd continued, "why would you be looking for someone who might have witnessed it? The only reason you'd need a witness is if you wanted to shore up your memory." Stiffening, Gabe stared down at Chetwynd. What's your point? My point is that you obviously have a sudden need to set the story straight for Miss Waverly. I always assumed that she knew what happened from her grandfather or even Waverly himself, but perhaps she didn't. So she'd want to know the truth before she married you. Chetwynd cast Gabe a smug smile. And I happen to know someone who knows. Though Gabe's pulse went into triple time, he managed to shrug. Do you? Who might that be? I'll tell you. But only under one condition. That you race me at Turnham Green again. Gabe laughed, even as disappointment sliced through him. I'm not going to fall for your attempt to set a rematch. You don't know a damn thing, and I'm not going to race you. As he turned to walk off, Chetwynd said, I know that Lyons argued with Waverly and left the tavern before the wager was made. Gabe froze. That was something only someone who had been there, or who had spoken to someone who had been there, would know. Slowly he faced Chetwynd. If you've known the truth all these years, why haven't you said anything to anyone? I didn't say I know the truth. I said I know someone who does. Chetwynd's face darkened. One night, when I was speculating to some friends about what had provoked the wager, a fellow told me I ought to keep my mouth shut when I didn't have all the facts. He let slip the bit about Lyons and the quarrel. When I realized that he must know the truth himself, I tried to get him to say more, but he refused. Said that the families deserved not to be gossiped about by the likes of me. Gabe racked his brain for who might have defended him. But for the life of him he couldn't think who it might be. He remembered the argument with Lyons, but didn't remember any friend of his being there when it was going on. It had to have been a stranger, but what man who knew Chetwynd wouldn't know Gabe as well? Gabe thrust his face down into Chetwynd's. Tell me who it is, or I'll throttle you until you do. Chetwynd just sneered up at him. Then you'll never know, will you? Gabe straightened, fighting to keep his temper in check. I could ask every one of your friends. The man is no friend of mine. I thought I made that clear. Just a chap I once talked to in a tavern. Chetwynd leaned back in the chair, smug and insolent as always. So here's what I propose. We race at Turnham Green tomorrow at noon for a wager of £300. Whoever wins the race wins the money, but no matter who wins, I give you the name. Surely that pot is sweet enough to tempt you? £300 was a lot of money. If he won, he could go into marriage with Virginia in a far more financially secure position than he was now. But if he lost, he'd be in dire straits. Either way, though, he could give her and her grandfather the truth at last. Of course, Chetwynd might be lying, but it made no difference. He had no other choice. Besides, he had beaten Chetwynd once. He could beat him again. But this would be the last time Gabe ever ran the course at Turnham Green. Virginia would have his head on a platter if she knew he was planning to run it. She might even balk at marrying him, and that wouldn't solve anything. I have a condition of my own, Gabe said. The race has to be kept between the two of us for now. Bring one of your friends to witness it, and I'll bring Lyons. No one else. Once I'm married to Miss Waverly, you can tell whomever you please about the outcome, but not until then. Do you agree? Chetwynd didn't look happy about it, but he nodded. All right, Gabe told Chetwynd. Then you'll have your race. Chapter 21. Mid-morning on Tuesday, Celia slipped across the courtyard, headed for the far field in the northwest corner of the estate. In the distance she could hear the huntsman. Grouse hunting season had begun Saturday. Now she could practice target shooting without anyone being the wiser. And with the Waverleys here, everyone had forgotten about her. Thank goodness. With a house party coming up that was sure to include shooting matches, she wanted to be ready. She sighed. Poor Miss Waverly. Much as Celia hadn't wanted Gabe to marry and force her own hand, she also hadn't wanted to see Miss Waverly suffer. She seemed a decent sort, and that whole business with her brother dying was very sad. Celia rounded the stable and nearly collided with Gabe, who was leading his phaeton and horses out through the doors along with young Willie, one of the grooms. "Gabe, what are you doing?" she cried as she thrust her rifle behind her back. "Everyone's beside themselves with worry. Gran gave Jarrett quite the tongue-lashing when he returned from London alone." Should she tell him that the Waverleys were here? Perhaps not. That might spook him. He already looked like hell. "You need to go in and talk to Gran." "Later. If you don't mind, I'd rather you kept it quiet that you'd seen me. Just for a few hours, that's all." She glanced at his phaeton, then at him, and awareness dawned. "You're going off to race someone, aren't you?" He muttered an oath under his breath. Then his gaze shifted slightly to the left of her, and his eyes narrowed. "And you're going off to shoot, aren't you?" "Why do you say that?" she squeaked. "I could see the rifle you're unsuccessfully hiding behind your back," he drawled. "I thought Gran forbade you to practice shooting any more." "What she doesn't know won't hurt her?" She cast him a worried look. "You won't tell, will you?" "You keep my secret, I'll keep yours." He paused, as if considering something, then said, "In fact," and turning to Willie, he gestured to the lad's coat pocket. The groom took out an envelope and handed it to Gabe, who stared down at it. Then he lifted his gaze to Celia. "If something should happen to me, I want you to give this to Miss Waverly. Will you do that?" A chill chased down her spine. "Where are you racing, Gabe?" she asked. He lifted an eyebrow. "Where are you shooting?" She chewed on her lip. Keeping each other's secrets suddenly seemed very unwise. He held out the envelope, but when she reached for it, he didn't release it. "Promise me you won't look at it, or pass it on unless something happens to me." She hesitated, but if she wanted to find out what was going on, she'd better do as he asked. She crossed her fingers behind her back just in case. "I promise." He let go of the envelope, and she tucked it into her apron pocket. Then she watched as he climbed up into his phaeton and sent the horses into a trot. As soon as he disappeared, she turned to Willie. "Do you know where he's going?" "No, miss. He didn't say." She drew out the envelope and stared at it. It wasn't like Gabe to leave notes for anyone before he raced. He always assumed he would win handily, without any injury. That's what got him into trouble. But lately he'd been different, more moody, more snappish. He wasn't even wearing black anymore. On top of what she'd heard about last night's revelations, it all seemed to add up to her brother being in serious trouble. Jarrett seemed to think that Gabe was at some sort of crossroads, having to do with Miss Waverly. He'd even speculated that Gabe was in love, an opinion Jarrett's wife seemed to share. Contrary to what the rest of the family thought about Celia, she believed in love. That was precisely why she didn't want to marry at Gran's whim. Out of nowhere rose Mr. Pinter's words from over a week ago. "I'm merely pointing out that your grandmother has your best interests at heart, something you seem incapable of recognizing." What did he know about it? That dratted Bow Street runner didn't have an ounce of passion in him. It was always business with him. He couldn't understand what it was like to want things routinely denied to females. The security of knowing that no one could ever hurt you unless you allowed it. The delicious thrill of putting a bullet squarely in a target. The intense pleasure of beating a bunch of idiotic, pompous men who thought themselves better than you. She might be able to tolerate Mr. Pinter if the man had any capacity to feel. A curse escaped her.
It didn't matter if he could or not. He worked for Gran, that's all. Nothing to do with her. She returned her attention to the envelope. She had been hurt when Gabe had given in to Gran's demands by courting Miss Waverly. But that didn't matter if he were truly in love with the woman, which the letter seemed to imply. The envelope and all its implications seared her hand, making her uneasy. If something should happen to me. She sighed. So much for spending the afternoon shooting. She turned and headed back into the house. Isaac paced the sitting room, wondering if he should wake Virginia. He'd finally persuaded her to go to bed around 4 a.m., and she was still asleep, thank God. But he wanted to be back at Waverly Farm. This mansion reminded him too much of his childhood at the estate in Hertfordshire that Pierce now owned as heir to the title. A soft knock came at the door into the sitting room. Assuming it was a servant, he went to open it, only to find Hetty standing there with a vase of fresh-cut flowers. She looked harried and wan, yet still managed to look pretty too.
"May I come in?"
"Of course."
"How is she?"
Hetty asked as he stood aside to let her pass.
"Sleeping. I was trying to decide when to wake her. I need to be at home. Have you heard anything from Lord Gabriel?"
"I'm afraid not."
Hetty walked over to place the vase on a table.
"I brought her some lavender from our garden. Gabe said it was her favourite, and I thought it might cheer her. I had a time of finding it some, since someone has been cutting it like mad.
He sees the woman who wants to be thought pretty and receive flowers." A groan escaped him.
"I am such an old fool."
She blinked.
"Why?"
"I thought she was filling our vases with our lavender."
He shook his head.
"I had some idiot notion that if I kept your grandson busy working in the stable, he wouldn't have the chance to court her. Meanwhile, he was doing so right under my nose the whole time. I just saw what I wanted to see."
Hetty busied herself with arranging the flowers.
"We often do that."
He shot her a rueful glance.
"You don't. You told me she had a passionate nature, but I didn't see it. She's always so responsible that I forgot she had other needs. A woman's needs."
His voice wavered.
"Something your grandson noticed better than I."
Too late. He remembered Sharpe standing up for her with Hob, paying attention to what she wore, thanking her for the sandwiches, behaving like a gentleman. If he examined the man's actions honestly in the last week, he had to admit that Sharpe had always behaved like a gentleman. Indeed, he'd behaved better. He'd never once complained about mucking out the stalls, and he hadn't done a slipshod job of it either. He'd shown genuine interest in how Isaac trained his horses, and he had offered a few tips of his own concerning feed for the thoroughbreds. The man was either a consummate actor or a gentleman. Isaac had been convinced of the former for so long it was hard to think of him being the latter. But last night had shaken his perceptions.
"I know you don't want to hear this, Isaac," she said softly. "But I think they suit each other. Virginia has just enough fire to keep him interested, and he has just enough sense to listen to her when she's setting him straight. They would make a good marriage. If you could see your way to allowing it. A better marriage than she could make with Lord Devonmont, I dare say."
"I can't marry Pierce when I'm in love with Gabriel." Hell and damnation.
She made it quite clear last night that she'll never marry Pierce. That was something else I've been blind about.
Had he really believed that those two could marry? He'd hoped they could, but somewhere deep inside, he had known they behaved more like siblings than lovers,
He'd just been so eager for the marriage that he'd ignored what his instincts told him. He seemed to do that a great deal with his lambkin. I'm used to giving orders, even with my granddaughter, and she bears it well. But you were right. Love isn't something even a general can dictate.
She loves Gabriel? Hetty asked, her voice quavering.
She says she does, but she thinks his guilt will keep him from loving her in return.
It might, Hetty sighed. I'm sorry for what I said to you last night about Roger lying. I didn't mean to imply.
No, you were right to say it. He dragged in a heavy breath. I've had plenty of time to think since then. Virginia has always put Roger on a pedestal, and I had sanctified his memory fairly well myself. Roger liked to gamble and drink, and he lied to me about both on occasion. He was troubled, and I knew that. But I couldn't do anything about it. So after his death, it was just easier.
He swallowed hard. This was difficult to say, especially to her. To blame Gabe, she murmured. He nodded. Briefly he related what he had told Virginia about his conversation with Roger that night.
Roger said naught about being bullied or forced. That was my own contribution. But you were right, damn it. The fact that Roger rousted your grandson from bed for the race says much about who was at fault. I tried to tell myself Sharpe lied about that. But if he were lying, why not just claim that Roger laid down the challenge? Why admit to being so drunk?
Why tell Virginia he didn't deserve her? Hetty pointed out.
He doesn't.
Isaac bit out. When he saw her bristle, he added,
But no one does in my estimation.
A smile touched Hetty's lips. Perhaps you're right. But I still say Gabe will make her a good husband. Sharpe married to his granddaughter. It gripped him to think of it. But if she wanted him so very badly, he sighed.
Every general recognizes when he's outgunned and outmaneuvered. Between you and Virginia,
he cast her a serious glance.
I only want her happiness, you know.
I know. I want that too, for both of them. She walked up close to him. Thank you, Isaac, for keeping an open mind about it. She stretched up on tiptoe to kiss his cheek, but before she could draw back, he caught her chin in his hand and kissed her squarely on the lips. When he lifted his head, she was staring up at him, eyes wide, with a blush turning her papery cheeks a youthful rosy hue. There was surprise in her gaze, and womanly awareness as well. He slipped his arm about her waist to steady her against him, then gave her a more thorough kiss. She melted, as he had known she would, for Hetty was old enough to know how the battle was waged, and it wasn't with words. Surrender had never tasted so sweet. A knock at the door made him release her regretfully, especially when she slid a soft half-smile up at him before going to open the door. Lady Celia hurried in. Gran, I've been searching for you everywhere. I just saw Gabe. He's returned, said Virginia, as she came out of her bedroom, looking dazed. She was still wearing her clothes from yesterday, though they were rumpled as if she had slept in them. He's here? Not any more. I couldn't make him stay. He was headed out to race somewhere, but he gave me this to give to you. She held up a sealed letter, but when Virginia hurried over to get it, she added, I should warn you that he made me promise not to give it to you, unless something happened to him. As Hetty cursed, the blood drained from Virginia's face. He's never left a letter for anyone before, Celia said. So knowing what that might mean,
I figured you'd better take a look at it. Perhaps it will say where he's racing." As Virginia tore open the envelope and read, Isaac cursed under his breath. Sharpe was making it awfully hard to forgive him anything right now. Virginia lifted her gaze to them, looking as if she might faint. Hetty took the letter from her and read it aloud for his and Lady Celia's benefit. "Dearest Virginia, if you're reading this, then the unthinkable has happened. I've lost the race and my life. I couldn't bear to leave you wondering how it came about, the way you were left wondering about my race against Roger. So this is to explain. Chetwynd claims to know someone who can tell me what happened that night 7 years ago. He won't reveal the name unless I race him at Turnham Green, so I agreed. Do not blame yourself for it. I did it so you would know exactly what sort of man you were marrying. Just make sure that Chetwynd meets the terms of our wager, which is that he give me, or my representative should I die, the person's name, regardless of who wins. If you finally learn the truth, my life won't be in vain. I only wish I could be there to give the truth to you myself. I would do anything to make that right for you." "Anything except not race at Turnham Green," Virginia said bitterly. She cast Poppy an urgent glance. "We have to stop him. If something happens to him—" Her voice broke. "Of course." He turned to Lady Celia. "How long ago did he leave?" 15 minutes or so." He glanced at Hetty. "We should take my gig. I already sent down to have it readied, but only 3 of us will squeeze into it." "I'll stay here," Lady Celia said. Isaac nodded. "If we leave now, we ought to reach Turnham Green before the race begins. They won't jump to it immediately upon his arrival, I imagine." Turning to Virginia, he added, "And if we don't make it, my dear, the lad has run that race 3 times now. Surely he can escape it unscathed again." Her gaze narrowed. "Oh, no, he can't, because he'll have to face me afterward. And he will not escape me unscathed, I assure you." With his blood pumping and sweat beading his brow, Gabe stood watching for Chetwynd. Lyons frowned as he studied his pocket watch. "It's 10 after. "He's playing with me," Gabe bit out. "Trying to rattle me, that's all." Worse yet, it was working. Never had a race meant so much to him, and that worried him. It meant he couldn't get to that place of cold control that he needed in order to win. He stared down the course to where the boulders loomed large. The last 2 times he was here, there had been so many people that the memory of his race with Roger had receded before the roar of the spectacle. And the time of day had been different, the season different. Nor had Lyons been present. He'd been abroad for the other 2 races with Chetwynd. But today was just like that day 7 years ago. Summer, noon, nobody around but him and Lyons. Gabe was even suffering the effects of a night spent drinking. Everything was eerily the same. A shudder racked him. That shouldn't bother him, but it did. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Lyons asked. That was different. Lyons hadn't asked him a damned thing before his race against Roger. Back then they'd all been far more foolish. "I have no choice. It's the only way to know what happened." "I always assumed that you did. You were keeping silent because you didn't want to tarnish his memory." "I know." He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All these people attributing such noble motives to him, when all the while— "I'm sorry I never questioned you both myself," Lyons said. "I was half asleep when we came out here. It's just another race. I didn't care who'd laid down the challenge." His voice held an edge. "For years I thought that if I'd questioned it, if I'd just said something. But of course I didn't, and you didn't. And there you have it." A chill swept over Gabe.
It had never occurred to him that lions might feel guilt over it too. Given that, it was surprising that he had come today. "So this time I shall satisfy my conscience by asking again," Lyons went on. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Before Gabe could answer, the sound of hoofbeats came to them. He turned to see Chetwynd driving his rig toward them with a soldier sitting next to him. Briefly, Gabe wondered if that might be the man Chetwynd had mentioned, but his mysterious informant hadn't been a friend, or so Chetwynd claimed. Chetwynd reined in next to his rig. "You're late," Gabe said as Chetwynd's friend got down and went to stand beside Lyons. The smug smile Chetwynd shot him confirmed his suspicions. "Worried I wouldn't show up?" "And lose a chance at making an ass of yourself?" Gabe gathered up his reins. "Not damned likely." That banished Chetwynd's smile. "Well, we'll see who's the arse when this is over, and I've won." "Just remember what we agreed to," Gabe drawled. "This is the last time you plague me to race you here, regardless of whether your horse picks up a stone or your axle breaks or any number of freak occurrences keep you from winning." That really got Chetwynd's goat. "Watch it, Sharpe, or I'll change my mind about racing you, and you'll never know the name." Gabe gritted his teeth. Baiting Chetwynd was no fun when the man had something he wanted. "Shall I recite the rules so we can get on with this?" Lyons asked. "We know the rules," Gabe said. With a nod, Lyons took up the flag and went to stand between them. Then Gabe heard more hoofbeats coming from behind him. With a scowl, he glared over at Chetwynd. "Damn it, you said you wouldn't tell anyone." "They're not friends of mine, I swear," Chetwynd retorted. Gabe shifted his seat to look back, then cursed. Gran? Celia must have broken her promise, damn her. Then his heart skipped a beat. Not just Gran. Virginia. At the sight of her, his heart began to pound. She'd come to stop him. She cared enough to try to stop him, even after what he had told her. That made it imperative that he run this race, because no matter how much she worried about him, she deserved the truth. And now he was certain he could do it. For her. Only for her. "Drop the damn flag, Lyons." Chapter 22. As the gig halted, Virginia heard Gabriel's command.